Good evening, everyone. You are now watching FOSS TV. I warmly welcome you all on behalf of Slit FOSS community to Expressway, the ultimate guide to building an industry-level backend with Express. We are thrilled to have you all join us for this exciting event. Today's session is all about the famous Express.js. If you follow up close, you'll be gaining a hands-on experience on building a backend with Express. We have our very special guest speaker, Akalanka Pereira, who is a talented software engineer at Spades. He will be teaching us on how to build an industry-level backend with Express. Akalanka is passionate about sharing his knowledge and expertise with others, and we are honored to have him here today to guide us through this event. We also encourage you to ask questions you have in the chat box, and we will try our best to answer them during the session. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Akalanka Pereira. Akalanka, you can now get started with your session. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you, Dhanushi, for that marvelous intro. It wasn't actually needed, but then there's the formalities. So let me first of all share my screen and let's get started straight away. All right, let me choose entire screen and let me edit. Okay. I hope my screen is visible. So first off, very good evening to anyone who's watching out there. And I know there's a little bit of hype about this session, so let me try and keep my best to keep it up to standards. And before I do so, let me quickly give you a small idea about what the target audience of this session is. So this session, it'll require you to have a basic idea about Node.js and Express.js. For example, I won't be trying to explain to you what middleware is. That I expect you to know. But let's say you're already in the industry. And in that case as well, I don't think that most of the concepts covered over here, it might not be of use to you. But if you're in your university life still, and if you are just started with Express.js or Node.js, then I believe that what we'll be covering today, it will be quite helpful for you, and it'll help you rapidly boost up the speed of development, which you follow in your normal day-to-day life. So I don't have slides with me today. It will just be a pure demo, and this demo, it can extend quite a while, maybe around 3 to 4 hours. So I hope that you'll be patient with me. And if you all have any questions in the chat, just feel free to drop them. I'll be keeping an eye on it for a little while. And let's get started. So let me first of all create a repository, and let's name it Expressway. So what we'll be building today is a simple library management system. It won't be much, like it won't have quite a lot of complex functionalities. It will be a simple system, but while building it, we'll be covering a lot of concepts which we use in the industry. So let me add a README file and blah blah blah. Let me add a license MIT. Not template, maybe edit as a node template. My voice, I think it's a little bit sore today. Okay, let's get this cloned. So let me first of all list down what we'll be building, so it will be easier for us to refer at a later stage. And let me just move out this particular session. Okay. Okay. So we'll be building a library management system, and with the following functionalities. We'll have a login system, a fully fledged login system. For example, we'll be able to register ourselves as a user into the system, and then once we register, we'll be getting an email into our registered email account with a verification code. And once that is done, we'll be able to use the credentials which we provided during registration and then log in. And once that is done, it will have some basic features like logout, then reset password, change password, etc., etc. Let's try to implement those. And after that is done, we'll have a basic CRUD for books. So for example, getting a list of books, adding a new book, then making a booking for a book. Like for example, if I'm a customer, then if I'm a student, I should be able to make a reservation for a book. So simple functionality such as that. So authentication. register, login, and reset password. What else can we have? Logout. Let's keep those for now. And then book crud. Yeah, crud. Okay, let's keep it this just for this now, so that we don't extend our scope. All right. So now let me open the repository I just cloned. And I named it Expressway. I'm working on the monitor, so let me just quickly. All right. Now, let's first of all initiate a project. And the first thing which I have to tell y'all is that I'm pretty sure that most of you are familiar with the package managers npm and yarn. So what if I tell you there's something else called pnpm, which you might or might not have heard, but if you have, then use it. But if you haven't, let me just quickly tell you why we need to use this over the other two package managers. So what I'm talking about is this particular pnpm. So installing this, it's quite simple. So let me just click on get started, and there are a bunch of options to get this installed. But the easiest one is using a command like this. It loads. So you can install it by using an existing npm install. Okay, so I already have it installed in my machine, so I am installing this. But idea is it will have almost all of the commands which you use in npm. But the main catch is pnpm is much faster. It's much lightweight, and it'll help you save a lot of space in your machine. So imagine something like this. Let me just keep that aside for a while. Let me create two new folders. Oh, let me just create one folder, and inside this, let me just create two folders. Project 1, project 2. So the reason why I'm doing this is a lot of people, they might be using pnpm, but they do not know exactly what are the benefits that it offers. So let me cd into both of them. Cd project 1. And let me find some package which is available globally. Let me just go to npm, see something. Let's find a package which probably doesn't exist on my machine at the moment. Miko RM. Okay, I don't know what this is. This looks like a DB client. So let me first of all install this using npm, and I will do the same thing using pnpm, and let's see if there's a difference. Okay. So let me cd to project 2 as well. Now npm install Miko RM Next.js. Okay, so let it do its magic. You can see that it's downloading, and it will probably take a little bit of time. Let's be patient. It doesn't usually take this much of time. Is my internet slow today? Okay, in the meanwhile, while it installs, let me just go through pnpm and see what else it has to offer. Yeah. So you can see that the usage pnpm CLI, and there's something called let me find where exactly the list was. I can't really remember. Here we go. So you can see most of the commands which we are familiar with using npm and yarn, they're pretty much available over here as well. So it's something built on top of npm. It has everything which npm has to offer, and it only has upsides to it. Okay, it added, and let me install the same package in my second project. Okay. Now you can see there are two node module folders, and if I open both of these, you can see this one is 5.74 MB. This one is again 5.74 MB. So both of these projects total, they're using 10 MB. And if I use p and pm, what's going to happen is the node modules won't be
Mm,
downloaded over here. It will be downloaded to
excuse
a
me.
central
I'm
repository.
sorry to interrupt the session.
It's fine.
Akank, shall we share the link of the repo so that others can check out the code too?
Hello, I'm audible. Hello. Okay, sorry about that. I think I lost connection for a little
Oh,
while. Okay, let me share the repo link. Sorry, my
Akank.
bad.
Ah, yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, so let me just drop it in the chat. Okay, okay, where was I until I left off? Yeah. So what I was saying was both of these projects they are using 10 MB, but if I use PNPM, let me just delete both of these and just install the same package using PNPM. So now let me delete. I don't think I'll need these log files. Same package. And here we go. So let me clear this. Clear this. PNPM install. And it got added. So you can see that the initial download process, it was quite faster than npm. You might have already noticed that. Okay, so that's pretty much the very first advantage. It's blazingly fast. And the second thing is you can see that over here there are a bunch of statistics. Sold 28, reused 9, downloaded 19. So you can see already. So this package, it has a bunch of internal dependencies, and with those internal dependencies, it used 9 of them. It did download 9 of them again, and it downloaded 19 of them which it needed. And if I install the same thing in the second project, let me add a p in front. You can see that it reused all 28 of them. Okay, so there was no download process involved. And the next thing is if I show you this, let me see, there was a small icon. Let's get it to Symlink. Project 1, project 2. Okay, I'm not seeing it, but anyways, let me show you something. So imagine that this is typings.js, and I'm going to add a console logo over here. 3. Let's see if it is also here. You see the difference, right? So this is inside project 1. This is inside project 2. Any changes that I do over here, it reflects over here. So the idea is it's the same package which you're using. There are not two different copies of it. So if the package size was 5.4 MB, it will just be 5.4 MB. It won't be replicated. So let's say they have 100 projects in your machine using the same package. The package won't be replicated hundreds of times. So this thing, it will help save up quite a lot of space. Okay, so let me just delete both of this. That was the entire purpose of this, and we don't need this anymore. Let's initiate our project. So like usually we do npm init to it. So same thing, npm init. And here we go. And test script, let's leave it for now. And what we'll do first is, let me first of all define a folder structure, and then we'll work our way towards adding a few dependencies which you might need. Okay, so now we'll create a folder called src, folder called test, src, let me create some config. Okay, let me switch on my AC. And let me create something called middleware. I want each of these in quite in a little while. අම්ම චුට්ටක් මේ දොර වහන්නකෝ. Config middleware modules. What else do we need? Let me recall. Let me add in a database. What else? Okay, I think this should be enough for the meanwhile. And let me add in a few barrel files. I'll explain what this is as well in a little while. Where the main Js. Js. This over. So this server.js, it will be the entry point of application. Okay. So we won't be having any other JS files over here at the root. We'll be having a few, but there'll be configuration related JS files, not anything related to our source code. So everything which is related to our source code will be available in this source folder. This test folder is basically, if you're writing unit tests, all of the unit tests which you'll be writing will be inside the test folder. So we won't be mixing the two. All right. So now let me add a, I don't think we'll be writing tests for this, but assuming that we did, let me initiate the folder structure for that as well. This should be a directory. In a.git keep. So it looks nice. And let me add in an index.js. All right. So these folders, I'll explain them one by one. And for now, let's just start by initiating our Express server, and let's try to get it up and running. Okay. So ignore these for now. And over here, let me install the dependencies which you need to get started with the basics. So the first thing, obviously, we need Express. So npm install Express. And one more thing which I like when I install dependencies is to install exact versions of the dependencies. So for example, if I just execute this command, npm install Express, give it some time, and if I check the package JSON, you can see that there's a cap over here. So what this cap basically means is that even though you're seeing 4.1.8, 4.18.2 over here, this means that install any version which is upwards from 4.1.8.0. Okay. So it basically means if there is any update to that package, which is not a breaking change, then it will automatically install this dependency if there is no log file in that repository. So the primary purpose of log file is, I'm assuming that you already know this, but I'll explain it. So why we use log file is that it will like freeze the dependencies which you use in the project. So for example, if I go here, it's not much readable, but if you see like it has all of the dependencies you have with the exact versions which you use in the system, and it has something called a SHA integrity value as well. So the idea is that if you were to clone this project and if you were to run it, then you'll be getting the exact same dependencies which I installed in the system if my log file was there. But just in case if the log file were to be deleted, which happens sometimes, you might need to delete log files quite not frequently, but there are certain instances where we need to do that due to issues and dependencies. So in that case, if I were to like, so right now, if I install this in my log file, maybe the version is 4.1.8.2. But if I were to delete the log file and then install it, maybe like later after there's an update, then this version might be different. So if this version might be different, this won't apply to most of the cases. For example, like Express.js, since these are like, they are quite famous packages. But if you're using like a little small, less maintained package, even a change in a patch version, it might like it has a chance of breaking down your system. So it's just if a developer makes a mistake, well, it's very much possible. Like if, let's say he makes a breaking change and then he bumps the wrong version. That can happen, right? So to prevent certain stuff like that, what I prefer is to remove this cap and then do a pm install. But this process, you see that I had to do it manually, right? So instead of doing this manually, you can, if you check the options which is available in npm installed and npm installed, there's something called exact. So it basically means if that flag is present, we install the exact version of the dependency, and basically it installs without that cap. So let me show you what I mean. So let me just delete this. Let me just delete the log file as well. And npm install. This is the exact flag, but let's try. Yeah, that was the flag. You can see that the cap didn't come this time. So pretty much easy work for me. And the next thing is that I had to add in that flag manually. So there's one more process which you can do to automate that. There's a file known as an npm-rc file, which we usually use to like maintain configuration related to our package managers. And what we can do is any option which we provide, we can provide it over there as well. So same thing, save exact equal to true. So this is the same as me providing the flag in the npm install script. So let me just delete this once more and npm install express, and this time without the flag. You can see that the result was the same. All right. So now what else do we need? We have express, and let's just add in a few famous middleware which we use. So let me add in course. I'm expecting that you are knowing what course is already. So I will be explaining this. Let me add in what else do we use? And let me add in the Express Health middleware as well. Can't really remember its name. What is this? Wasn't this? Just something much nicer than this. Express Health. I think my network is quite slow today. Okay, what was the name of that? Express Health check? No. Express Health middleware. Oh, it wasn't this. Okay, let me just refer a repository which I have already added in. The basic idea was to like code this from scratch, but there are certain times which I forget. Let me use this. I think it should be over here. Packages, not over here, not over here, not over here. Okay, this. See, I came quite close. All right. So these health endpoints, we can add it manually if we choose to do so. And if we have a need for it, like if the output needs to be different than this, but in most cases, this output will be pretty much fine if we are to check the health of our system. So let me just copy this over. And let me close this. We don't need it anymore. And npm install and over here. Okay. So now what else do we need? We have course, we have helmet, and then okay, let's start with this for now, and let's add in certain things as we come along. All right, first thing, let me import Express from Express. Okay, and const app equal to Express. And add docs of this Express Health. So let me copy this over. Put Express. Use this middleware. So initially, what will be happening is we'll be having a server and it will have a health endpoint. That's pretty much it for now. Okay. So now app.listen. And let me just go on this and console.log service listing on port 3000. Okay. So first things first, these ports, pretty much we won't be hard coding this. We'll be most probably be fetching this from an environment variable. So that let's just migrate that. So that's pretty much what the configuration was for. Okay. So now in index, let me create a new file called secrets.js. And inside this secrets.js, let me export default, and it'll be exporting an object. And over here, what will be happening is exporting our port, and the port will be reading from our env port. Okay, and if a port isn't provided, be using 3000 as a default. So this operator, I'm not sure this, I've seen quite a lot of, it's very rare that I've seen people using this, but this is called the null coalescent operator. Can't really pronounce it, but let me just type it in. Null coalescent. Okay, this. So this thing, what it will do is basically if the left hand side is null or undefined, then only it will evaluate the right hand side. So this is a little bit different from this operator, which you might be familiar with. And so this thing, it will evaluate the right hand side if the left hand side is false. So the left hand side, it was to have a value of like 0 or false. It will still evaluate the right hand side, which might not be what you need in certain cases. So to prevent certain scenarios, I pretty much like to go with this particular operator. All right. So now we have a default process and we have a port. That means import this, import port from config as secrets.js. Okay. So now you might be wondering, secrets.js is here. Why did I define this index.js? So it's pretty much to serve a purpose like this. So the import which I'm making, I needed to go inside the specific path of the file which I needed to import, right? So what if I was to import this like this? So it will be much cleaner in my perspective. It will be. And let's say that this config, it was to have other types of config other than secret files. Okay. So if you were to like say that we are currently importing secrets, but let's say there's another type, like maybe secrets too. So imagine it was like this. And imagine that hypothetically there's another file called secrets2.js and there's another bunch of secrets over there, and we'll be importing something like this. So at very first glance, you might be noticing that we have to import lines. And let's say that there were like 10 types of secrets. So there will be 10 lines of inputs. So to prevent that, what we can do is we can aggregate all of the exports which you provide over here. And then basically we can provide a single point of entry into this config folder. So that is what this file is doing. So this file, it has a technical name. It is known as a barrel file. So what it will be doing is simply this. It will export everything from secrets.js. And now what we can do is we can import this, and this time without the specific path. All right, so now let me add in the port, and I think we should be good for now. Now let me try and run this, and let me add in nodemon as well. I think I forgot that. npm install nodemon, but nodemon I'll be adding it as a dev dependency because it's not something which we need in production. It's just something which we need during our development process. Okay. I can't really remember the flag for dev. Let's see. npm install dash dash dev. All right. Okay. Unknown option dev. Okay, let me add in. Wait. I need to add in node more. Not node. Uninstall. So let me add in node more. All right. So now what I can do is let me define a dev script. And over here, I'll be invoking nodemon and I'll be pointing to my server.js file, which is inside my src folder. Server.js. Okay, so let's try and run this and let's see what it happens. Okay, so now very first thing, we are getting a big error. Import express from express cannot use import statement outside a module. So you might already have seen this quite a number of times. So why this happens is currently we are trying to use CommonJS, but our code which we have written, it's using module syntax. So if you are familiar with the versions of JavaScript which came along, so CommonJS was pretty much what came before ES6. Okay, so the syntax where we used to use require. For example, we used to like do const express is equal to require express. Okay, so if we were to use this syntax and then try running this, it will work. There won't be any problem. But since we are using the import syntax, we need to specify that this project is a module type. Okay, so what we can do is that's pretty much the easiest way. So in our package.json file, there's a small key, and let me see. Can't really remember the type. It was module, I guess. Module, not this. It was type. Here we go. Type is equal to module. Okay, so now if I run this, you can see directory import expressway src config.js is not supported. So one error went off, but another came. So what it's saying is I can't directly import this config file. I need to specify tell what is the file which I need to import. Okay, so it's saying that I need to specify this index.js. And I need to specify the extension. And what does it say? Okay, config secrets. Secrets.js. Does not provide an export named port. Okay, export default, export all. Here we go. Since your default expressing an object over here, we need to add secrets. My bad. So now what it did was, since we are exporting an entire object over here, it's pretty much easier if we export it as it is instead of trying to like extract different pieces one by one. For example, the keys one by one, instead of extracting them and exporting this, we'll export the entire object itself. And what this is doing is it will take the default export of this particular file and it will be exporting it under the name of secrets. Okay, so now what I can do is, instead of this, I can do secrets, and from secrets, I can extract my port. Okay. Okay, that syntax isn't supported, I guess. So let me just break it out into two parts. Say server is listening on port 3000. Okay, worked. So you might have already noticed that I had to do a little bit of changes to my code. I had to add in an index.js file and I add in the .js extensions over here. And imagine that if you were to do this for like every file, every import which you are working with, it's going to be a hassle. Okay, so what we can do is, instead of trying to specify this as a module, what we'll be doing is we can use something called transpiler. So what the transpiler will do is it will take our code, so which is in ES6, which is in module syntax, and it will convert it into CommonJS. So we can do it like there are two versions. Like we can transpile it first of all and then run the transpile code, but we can also transpile it on the go. So there are different transpilers available. So what the most common what we'll be using is so what you might heard of is we have used we have something called Babel. Okay, we have Babel, we have Webpack, we have Rollup. I think Rollup, I'm not sure, I haven't used Rollup before. And there's something called ESBuild. So in this particular project, what we'll be using is we'll be using Babel and we'll be using ESBuild as well. So you might be wondering like why are we using two different transpilers? So there is a reason. So the reason is I told you like there are two types of transpiling, right? Like transpiling first of all and then running it and then transpiling it on the go. So ESBuild, the reason why you're using ESBuild is that it is pretty much fast. It is really, really fast than Babel. So if you were to build a piece of code, it will get built instantly. While you blink, it will finish building. But if you use Babel, it might take a little bit of time. It will maybe like take a few seconds. So due to that reason, to build the final copy of our source code, we'll be using ESBuild. But during our development process, we'll be using Babel, and the reason why you're using Babel is we'll be transpiling the code on the go. Okay, so it will avoid us the need of like building it and then running it. We can straight away run it whenever we want it. So let me first of all install Babel. Install add Babel. I think we need Babel core. Babel has a bunch of dependencies which you need, and Babel core is pretty much the core most dependency. And I think I forgot to add in the dev flag. This should come over here because it is not something which we need over here. And what else do we need? We need a preset. So Babel, it itself on its own is it's quite enough, but there are a bunch of configurations which we need to feed into Babel, and instead of like feeding them in them manually, what we can do is we can use an existing preset. So let me just search in Babel preset env. Okay. You can see that most of these libraries, they already have npm as well. Okay. Here's the syntax error. Preset env. And what else do we need? Give me a minute. Let me just close the door. And we need one more dependency, and that is Babel node. Babel. Was it Babel node or Babel CLI? I think it was Babel node. Let's go with Babel node, and if it doesn't work, let's try adding Babel CLI. Okay. All right. So you can see that we have three dependencies for Babel. I think the third one is still in the process of coming, but here it come. Okay, so Babel core, it's pretty much the core which we need. I'll explain them one by one once again. Then Babel preset env is a bunch of presets we should be using. So basically we need to tell like transpile this into this. So that is defined inside that, and we won't be doing that manually. And Babel node is basically it's a CLI tool, and we'll be using that to run this. Okay. So now let me add in a config file, and there are a bunch of ways where I can add this config file. We can add a config file within the package JSON itself. It's not a config file, it's just a config block of JSON. We can add it over there. Otherwise, we can define this file called a babel rc file. We can add a config over here, and if we need it, we can define a babel config.js file as well. There are multiple ways. So let's just go with one. So now over here, what I'll do is I'll copy this entire thing. So it doesn't matter like what is the type of file which you're using. The content of the config will be pretty much the same. Oh, I'm not sure what these are, but I'm pretty sure we don't need those. And I think, okay. So now what we need to do is we need to modify our dev script and we need to incorporate Babel node into this. Can't remember how we did it. Let's see. npx Babel node e clash text. Okay, and this. Let me search. It's Babel node with node one. Okay. Node one exec Babel node src index.js. Okay, this is what we are searching for. Index.js will be providing server.js. See if it works. I will remove the type module syntax from over here and npm dev. And okay, it's starting. Let's see if we get that console log over here. Right, we got it. So now the magic is, if I go here, I can remove this particular thing. Also, I can remove this particular thing, and it will work pretty much fine. Okay, so it will help us code a little bit faster. And this was the core reason why I recommend going with transpilers, but there's another reason as well. So instead of using something like a transpiler, if we were to use the type module syntax, it will basically restrict the dependencies which you can add into the project. So imagine that your project it's using module syntax, and let's say you're installing an npm dependency out there in the registry, which doesn't use module syntax. It uses common.js. So in that case, you're going to come across a little bit of problem. So the reason is, if you're using module syntax over here, you can't use the previous ES5 syntax. So if that syntax is in an npm registry, npm package which you're using, then you pretty much can't use that package. So you'll be limited. Okay, I hope that was quite clear. But anyways, so now what I'll do is open Postman over here. Let me define a collection for this, and we'll be defining each of our APIs, and let's try to do this in an organized manner. Okay, let me add in a new project. Let me call this Expressway. Okay, let me add in a new folder. This folder, I'll call it health. Pretty much the easiest way to get started with this. And over here, I think there were a bunch of endpoints in Express Health. I think 4. Okay, we have health endpoint, we have readiness endpoint, liveliness. Okay, what is this I'm looking at? On this one. Express health middleware. Okay. About health memory usage uptime. So let me just. So these things, if you have used something like this before, then pretty much you won't be needing to use add this in from scratch. So pretty much it's not something which I do from scratch in my normal day-to-day life. The reason why I'm doing this from step 1 is that I need to pretty much start from basics. Okay, so this you won't be needing to do this. You won't be needing to do this every time. And health, and let me add in http://localhost 3000/health. Let's see. Okay. Wait. I forgot to call this. All right, it worked. So it's basically what it will be doing is it will be just sending us a 200 status and nothing much. what we'll be using this primarily is to check whether our server is up and running. Okay, so that's pretty much the purpose of health check endpoint. And now what I'll be doing is, first things first, let's clean this up a little bit. So you can see I hard coded the host URL over here. So it always helps to get this out, separate this into a specific environment. And while defining these environments, what I'll be doing is, let me create something called Expressway. And this Expressway, I'll be creating something called Expressway local. So I won't be defining just something called Expressway, because the reason is, while I'm developing this, I'll be connecting to my local environment. But let's say if you were to host this somewhere, almost all of the keys which you use, it might differ. So in that case, you can't use the same environment. So it's pretty much better to have separate environments for your different deployments. Okay, so now over here, what I'll do is I'll add in something called URL, and over here, let me add in localhost. Now what I can do is I can basically consume this URL, and let me switch the environment. That was it. The Expressway local. Okay, let's see if it works. Okay, not found. Didn't I save the environment? Okay, I haven't saved it. Okay, that is done. And what I'll be doing next is, I guess, we can add in a base path over here. And let me add in system. And now what we can do is system/health. The reason is it's pretty much cleaner this way. And let me see. Okay. All right. So now let me add in the others as well. Let me just quickly duplicate this 3 times, and about let's copy this out. Make sure to save this request, otherwise it's not really useful if you need to share this with someone. Time and this. The other one. Message. Not really useful, but let's try and be complete. Usage. All right, now we are done with this. The next thing that we'll be doing is, before we add in any middleware into this, let me just go over something which I think might be pretty useful to you all. So let me just add in 2 endpoints over here, and there'll be just 2 simple endpoints. One will be having a really big loop, and the other one, it will just be having something like a console log, and it will be returning something. Okay, so now before we add this in, okay, we can add it after this, so we don't need this. App.use. Ignore the code conventions over here. I'll be defining the APIs over here in the same file for this particular explanation, but later we'll be moving them into separate files, and we'll be cleaning the code. But for now, to make it easy to understand, let me just add in like something called big endpoint. Big process and request res. And here, what we'll be doing is we'll be having a really big loop. I think this is too big. It might never end. Let me do something like this. Let's reduce a 0. Okay, console.log I press.json message done. Okay. So let me add in the body parser, the JSON parsers as well. Use express.json. And what else do we need? Let's see if Copilot suggests it. Okay, he doesn't. App.use express. Use. Okay, I guess this should be enough for now. All right. So what we'll do is basically it will allow us to send JSON content and to allow us to send URL encoded content as well. It will basically handle the parsing of the request which we sent. Okay. So ignore this. Just wanted to finish it off, but now let me add in the small endpoint. This won't have any loop. Will just return a small JSON. Now small process done, and big process done. Okay, so now let me add in those two endpoints over here. Let me just duplicate one of these, just move this out. I won't be moving them into a specific folder because they are just for demo purposes. It's not related to our library management system, but it will be big process and get this, and it will be the small process. Okay. So now we need to use this as get app.get. What I'll be doing is, let me clean all of these tabs. Save changes, save changes. Okay, what else does need saving? Okay, this one doesn't need anything. Didn't save. Okay, this one I'd say don't save. Okay, so now let me just open this. Let me open this as well. All right, so now if you were to like at very first glance, I'm not sure if this applies to all of you, but I was under the delusion of this for quite some time. But my assumption was, if I were to make a request to this particular endpoint, whatever amount of time this takes, it won't matter. And if I were to make another request at the same time into this particular endpoint, I'll get I'll get a response instantaneously. Okay, so that was pretty much what I thought. So let's see. I'm sending out this request, and I'm sending out this request as well. You can see that my small process, it's still logging quite a lot of this behind the scenes, and both of them, they're still processing, and I'm not getting a response any of these yet. And let me just reduce the loop. Like I told, this loop is really big. Let me just make it 50,000, otherwise it will take quite a lot of time to finish logging it. And give me some time. Let me just close the door. Okay, so now let me do the same thing once more. Big process, small process, and keep an eye. Wait till the big process ends. And let me just get big process done. Let me just clear this terminal once more to help you see it better. Okay, process, small process. Where did my send button go? Okay, it hit itself. Let me just fire them once more. Okay, both are firing, and you can see that my loop is executing in the left hand side. And once this is done, you can see my spool process got executed. So the idea is that the request will be queued, and there's no such thing as parallel processing. Okay, so basically, if you send in a request, it will be executed first of all, and then basically in this case, my second request will be tended to. So one assumption is that if I were to make this an async function, this process, we can bypass this. So I thought that. So let's see what happens if we make this an async function. So the idea is that if this is an asynchronous function, then it shouldn't matter, right? Then it should just happen in the it should happen in the background, and then basically what we need, it should happen first. So that's what usually we think. So let me just fire this once more. You can see that pretty much the same thing. Okay, so once the left hand side it is done executing, then only my small process it's finished. Okay, so the reason is Node.js, it is single threaded. Okay, so the idea is that these particular types of operations, they're called blocking operations. So these are not asynchronous operations. So this doesn't have anything like a promise. So what basically happens is, as soon as you start executing this loop, the CPU, the single thread which you have, it will be pretty much busy executing this particular piece of code. So until that finishes, it won't be moving on to other certain tasks. Okay, that's pretty much the reality of it. So making this an async function, it won't work if this is a blocking piece of, if this is a blocking operation. If I were to like do something like this, so instead of like for, if it's instead of a for loop, if I were to define something like a timeout, let's say await a new promise, and this promise, it will basically be solved after 5 seconds. Okay, so now in this case, it'll work. So even though the big process, it takes 5 seconds, the small process, it will give me a response first. So if I would demonstrate that, big process, blah, 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 small process, it gave me a response. Okay, there's no waiting time involved. But if it is the case of blocking operation, there's pretty much nothing which you can do. Okay, so so that's pretty much what you think. But there are a few things which you can do, which is what I'm going to demonstrate now. So if you, so what I'm going to demonstrate now, pretty much keep in mind, you won't be needing this pretty much. In majority of the cases, you might not be needing this, because if you are to go with Node.js, you pretty much be going with something which has less input-output operations, something which has less blocking operations. So in that case, you won't be needing this. But if you were to have certain pieces of code like this, which will block your main thread, what you can do is you can offload that into different threads. So that is very much possible. So you might think like, if Node.js is single threaded, how do you offload certain stuff into other threads? So the reason is, Node.js, if you take a process, is the process by default. Imagine that I am on a Codco machine. So if I spin up a Node.js process, it will be using just one of those 4 cores in my machine. So the other 3 cores, they are just lying idle. So what I can do is, Node.js, it has something called cluster. And what you can do using that is, you can pretty much spin 4 different processes on those 4 different cores. So what's going to happen is, there will be 4 threads to service your requests. Yeah. So there will be parallel processing involved in this particular case. So idea is, if you take a single Node.js process, there is really no concept like parallel processing. So it's just concurrent processing, concurrent execution. There's nothing called parallel processing. But if you were to use something like this, if you were to use the other cores, then there's the concept of parallel processing. So at any given point of time, there'll be two different processes running, and they'll be attended different tasks. Okay. So now let me show that in action. So let me just go and let me type in node cluster. Okay. Let me copy the entire thing over here, because we pretty much need all of this. We can't skip any of this. And let me, okay. I didn't see this before. Maybe an update, available parallelism. Okay, this used to be the number of CPU count, but I'm guessing that this pretty much returns the same thing. Let me just refer an old documentation, like 16 or 17. Yeah, here. So it's using OS, and this is using Node OS. Pretty much should be the same. Anyways, so now first things first, let me just comment out all of this. And we don't need this. Okay, let me just actually see. we'll need these inputs. Let's work on organizing the inputs later, but for now, let's just try and get this up and running. Now, what I can do is my main part of the code, which in where I'll be initializing this server. I'll be cutting this out and I'll be pasting this over here. Okay. So now what this code basically does is it basically fetches the number of CPUs which is available in your machine, the number of cores. So it's a inbuilt module available in Node.js, and for each of those CPUs, we'll be forking a process. So don't think much about it, but just know that as soon as you call this particular command, as soon as this particular line is executed, a separate process is created each time you execute this. So if you were to like run this 4 times, 4 different Node.js processes will be created. So this particular piece of code, you can see that is inside a block called cluster is primary. So the idea is that we need to create the individual processes only if the process is our primary process to avoid an endless loop. So if the process is your primary process, we create different sub-processes for the number of CPUs which you have. And inside each of the sub-processes, this particular code will be executed, which will basically spin up an Express server, and it will spin 4 instances of it. And let me see if this works. And errors, right? Okay, there is an error. Node.js available parallelism is not a function. Obviously, I'm not on Node.js 20, so let me just use the old one. Okay, there's something else as well. Another reason which I like to use pnpm is because of this particular reason. Let me see if I can find it. pnpm env. Okay. You can see that we can use this as a package node version manager. So usually you'll be using something like nvm or volta. So instead of like going for a separate package manager like that, we can do the same thing within pnpm itself. Let's actually try doing that. So right now my node version 16. So let me just try switching to 20. We use dash dash global. I think it was 20. pnpm use. Okay. File already exists. What is it saying? Just close this. cmd. Cannot just 20 activated. Let me just open this and let's see node dash dash version 20. Now let's see if this works. npm dev. Okay, it worked. All right. So the first thing which you might be seeing is there's quite a bunch of logs, and the reason why there's so many is that I'm on a 12-core machine. So there are 12 processes spun up right over here. So ignore most of this. So the idea is that if you have like maybe 4 cores, there'll be just 4 bunches of these logs. If you have just a dual-core machine, there'll be just 2 bunches of these logs. Okay. So let me just quickly kill this and let me just switch to Node 16 because that's pretty much what I am familiar with using. I don't usually use Node.js 20. So let me just switch back to Node.js 16. Otherwise, don't know what different types of errors will might pop up. Okay. Now what I'll do is get this thing from the older version of the documentation because this apparently is not available in this particular version of Node. CPUs, and this pretty much was a function. Let me just log this in as well, like to show you basically what it is. We just return the number of CPUs. Okay. Log the pretty big JSON object. I think it used to think it returns just the number. Anyways, you can see that there are 12 of these. CPUs, and instead of number of CPUs, I'll be using CPUs.length. Pretty much, I think this was what they were suggesting. Okay, they did it over here. And serious. All right, so now let's see the magic. So I have 12 different processes up and running. So let me just limit these to maybe 2. We don't need 12 in this case. You can say primary is running and then 2 different workers are running. So basically these are the 2 instances which have been spun up. So now let me, I think, let me just that blocking process back in and sending out this process and sending out this. You can see that I got the response instantly. Okay, so that's pretty much the magic of this. So keep in mind, if your use case is something like this, make sure to use something like cluster mode. So cluster mode isn't the only way where you can support parallel execution in Node.js. There's a few other libraries as well. There's something called worker pool, and there's something called can't really remember the exact name. I think there were 2 more. Okay, so you can use either of them, but cluster mode is pretty much the easiest way we can get started with this. Worker pool, it has a little bit of complications, especially if you're working with external dependencies. But this thing, I can guarantee that it will work anywhere. So does it have downsides? Well, it has a few, but it's like something which is conditional. So imagine that if you were to implement authentication in this system, and if this was to be a monolithic application, not monolithic application. So imagine that if you were to run just a single instance of this at any given time of this backend server, then most probably you might be storing your Express session in the memory. So the idea is that if you're saving anything in memory, then this process, it will give you a little bit of problems because it will create the 4 processes are different. So if there are 4 processes spun up, there'll be 4 different individual processes, so they'll have separate memory of their own. So in that case, you will not be able to accurately access your session information. So the idea is that if you are using some sort of like session management or state management, then if you are to go with cluster module, then you obviously can't use any memory storage. You need to go with something like a shared storage like Redis. Okay, so other than that, I personally haven't come across any downsides of this, other than if you were to use this, like even when you don't need this, it will just be a waste of resources. For example, if you were to like spin up a server with like, let's say, which is a small server, and then you pretty much can get your work done with just one process of it. And let's say you rent a machine which has like, you rent a huge machine on a cloud service provider, and it's pretty much a waste of resources. I think you get the point. So the idea is if you don't need this, don't use it. But if you do need it, make sure to use it. So now what I'll be showing you is that this thing, it had a lot of boilerplate code, right? So we can actually get rid of this because we at Slatefos, we have developed a small wrapper around this. And what it will do is it will basically do the heavy lifting for you. And you basically don't need to do this imports and the forking process. So let me just quickly demonstrate that. I'm going to remove all of this. And I don't need this anymore. What I'll be doing is I'll be installing this library at Slatefos rasterizer. Okay. So if you were to like go and check this package out, if you check the source code of this, it's pretty much, the process is pretty much the same which you witnessed. It just takes in a callback function, and it will be basically forking the callback function according to the number of CPUs which you'll be having. So now what I can do is, let me just quickly import this. Import clusterize. Right, sir. I think I'll be needing to fork this because it's pretty much static, but I'll be calling clusterize, and that's pretty much it. So let's see if it works. Yeah, worked. Okay. So basically it handled everything and we don't need to take care of this anymore. So now one more thing which I need to tell is that you might have already noticed that I am in my development environment. For example, I'm currently developing this backend server. And in this case, I obviously won't be needing 12 different processes. And I might not even need two different processes. At most of the given time, one should be more than enough. Okay. So spinning 12 up, it'll, like I told you, it'll be a waste of resources. It'll be a strain on my machine and it'll slow down your development process a little bit. So what you can do is you can actually limit the number of processes which are created, and you can do that by using this options block over here. So let me just quickly this out. Const clusterize options. Initially, it will be just an empty object, and the idea is that if I'll be doing is secrets, I'll be adding another key, and into this I'll be adding an env. This is the env. It will be, say, name it local, but not dnv. I'll make it a env. Okay, env. So now is env, and if env is equal to local, what I'll be doing is clusterizer.workers equal to 1. And I'll be feeding in these clusterize options. Now if I were to start this, pretty much it just created one process for me. Okay. All right. So now what we can do now is we can basically clean this process up. And what we can do now is, let me just create something called app.js, and let me move out this entire Express server initialization part into app.js and the imports as well. And here we go. So what I can do is, actually, I don't think we need this. Huh? We have the app, and okay, I guess we don't need this. Pretty much extra level of complication. Let me do instead this const app equal to all right. So now the idea is that basically all of our server code, we have it over here, and then basically at the very bottom of this we clusterize our server. Okay. All right. So now let's just get rid of these dummy endpoints. So you don't need this. Let's actually start building our actual library management system. All right. Let me add in the other middleware which I installed as well. app.use post and app.use helmet. Helmet is basically a library which will provide you with a bunch of security related features. And what else do we have? I think I forgot to import Express. Import Express. Okay. So I cut those two imports out previously, right? Here we go. All right. So now what I can do is, this looks fine. And there's one more thing which is bothering me. This particular secrets, okay, it's quite a little bit annoying if you were to restructure this every time. And what we can do is, there's this other technique which I follow, and let me just get the code for that. I can't really remember this, so pretty much I'll be referring to that old repository which I looked at. And what I'll be doing is slit, and let me get it. Okay, so let me just get this in, and for now delete this, because in our case we pretty much really will be having this particular secret type as only this, so no really point in dividing this into two different files. So instead what I'll be doing here is, see that there's already a bunch of configuration over here. I'll explain this for this a little bit as well. And we have joy, we have module logger, blah blah blah. And let me just delete this for now. We just use the default console, and let me add in the dependency which it says it's missing. Celebrate. Celebrate, it's something like, before I tell you a little bit about celebrate, I need to tell you there's something called joy, which you're seeing over here. So joy is basically, it's a validation library, and you can basically use it to validate different you can pretty much validate anything which you have. So if you have an object, you can validate like whether these keys are present in that object. If you have a string, you can check like, maybe like if you want the string to be an email, you can check whether it's an email. If you need to be of a minimum length, you can check that. It's quite powerful if you say. So if I were to quickly show it, something like yup, if you are familiar with it, which I use the front end. Okay, npm install joy. Let me quickly go to the documentation, and you can see, right? So basically it has countless validations which you can use. It's can't really number them. So what we're doing here is we'll be using joy and say that maybe for right now we only need this port. Okay, so imagine that there is another secret which you need, without which our application will not start. Okay, there can be certain instances like that. So in that case, imagine that let's say I'm building this application, right? So imagine that if you were to clone this, and if you were to try running this, then you might not have an idea at the very first glance what different secrets this application relies on. Okay, and that's one reason. And the other reason is that, let's say that this application, it's pretty much in my local environment, and let's say you move it to like maybe a development environment in a cloud, and then maybe you move it to a production environment. Okay, so the idea is that maybe like when you promote the application to the production environment, you might forget to add in a certain key. Okay, it can happen. So a key which your application relies on, without which a certain part will crash, you forget to add it. It can happen. So in that case, it can be a little bit of a problem. So to avoid certain situations like that, what we can do is we can basically restrict starting the server itself without the required environment keys. So let's say I need an environment key. Obviously, we'll be connecting a database to this. We'll be connecting MongoDB. So let's say we need the DB URL, which obviously we'll be needing. And without the DB URL, I don't think the application will work, right? So what we can do is we can say the port, it's pretty much optional, because even if a port is not provided, we have provided the default as 3000. Okay? But the DB URL, we can't provide any defaults, because can't say what's the default DB, right? We need to specify it, specific to a certain environment. So now, okay, we could do this. We could do the local environment as well, but imagine that that was not the case. All right. So now what I can do is, instead of this, let me just import the port. And let's see if it works without any hassle. Pretty much should same. Okay, now it says environment validation failed, details DB URL is required. So idea is that if you were to clone this and if you were to up this, pretty much as soon as you start the server, you know what exactly you need. So there won't be any confusion. So this is one way. And another way is that if you are defining these keys in a .ini file, usually we won't be committing this .ini file into source control. But what we can do is that we could define a .ini.example file, something like this. And this file, it will just have the keys and it will not have any of the values. So example, if my I don't need actually the port I have defined as it has a default value, but the DB URL, let's see. Okay, Copilot isn't suggesting it. I'm lazy to type it in, so let me just copy my local DB URL. So you'll be using this database, but you're free to use any type of database that you need. And if you need to use something running on Atlas, very much welcome to use it. But I'll be using this because it is pretty much easier for me. And it's pretty much fast as well since I'm developing locally. And let me give the DB name as Expressway, blah, blah, blah. And I don't think I'll need a direct connection. Now, the idea behind this is I'll be defining DB URL and I will be providing any value. So obviously you'll be having a little bit of an idea what this server relies on. Now, if I were to stop this and let's try running this again. It's saying DB URL is required, and the reason is that even though we define this key in a .ini file, we need to load this into a server. So environment variables. So say this basically process.ini, it actually refers to a system environment. Okay. So if I were to add this DB URL into my actual machine system environment, let's actually try doing this. I haven't tried this previously, but hopefully it should work. So DB URL, blah, blah, blah. And here we go. The reason why I'm showing this is that quite a lot of people which I know, they don't know the reason why we use a .ini file and how exactly how environment variables work. Okay. And let's see, I'm not sure whether I need to restart this process. Okay. Restart VS Code. I opened the wrong project. Let me open Expressway. All right, so now it's saying secrets is not defined. You can see that the error which you had of the environment variable not being defined, it went away because now it's reading the environment variables from over here. Okay, so let's see what this error is first of all. Secrets dot okay, this we don't have anything to restructure. What is saying at PNV is not defined. Okay, at PNV. I forgot to add this. And this thing, it's pretty much, let's say, it's optional as well. And if you don't provide anything, it will be local. And let me quickly import this. And PNA is equal to local. Okay, what is it still saying? Okay, there's an equal sign. All right, so we don't have any errors and it's working as expected. So I saw a question in the chat. What is a direct connection? So direct connection is something like this. If you're using MongoDB, chances are that you'll be using a cluster. So what I mean by cluster is that since I'm using my local database, there's just one instance of MongoDB running in my machine. Okay, but if you are to use something like Atlas, there'll be multiple instances running in Atlas. So they're called replica sets. And the idea behind a direct connection is that basically you can provide the URL to one of those, and then basically you can say you're requesting a direct connection to that instance. So the idea, if there are multiple instances of MongoDB running inside your cluster, you can request a direct connection to a particular instance, which doesn't happen by default. So by default, the direct connection is basically it happens to a primary cluster, primary instance of a cluster. Okay, was that clear enough? Oh, do I need to explain more? Okay, so now where was I? Unhandled exception. Course is not defined. Okay, I forgot to import course. Course. And we have helmet as well, and I think we should be error free now. Okay. All right, so now the next thing, we need to migrate this environment hazard which we added into this, and we need to make it so that we need to read it from .ini file, because obviously adding an environment file over here, it's not really feasible. So obviously if I were to add in DB URLs over here, if I have like a dozen projects, I need to add in dozen DB URLs over here, and it will be quite cluttered, and it's a headache as well. So let me just delete this, and what I'll be doing is, let me add in this dependency called .tnv, and this thing will be a dependency as well, because I don't need this in production, because in production what I'll be doing is I'll be directly adding it into this system environment. In production we don't use .tnv files. Okay, we have .tnv, and now what I can do is I can import .tnv. Let's see. Import .tnv. See this. I'm not sure whether this will work, because usually this thing will get hoisted on top of the config, but let's see if it works. Let me just restart this, because otherwise it will pick up my old environment. Okay, give me some time. I need to close the door again. All right, that's pretty much Maverick. Okay, now let's see, pnpm dev. Hopefully this will still throw an error, and yeah, it did. So the reason behind this is that even though my .tnv config is at this particular line number 10, you can see that my import of config is at line 12. And what usually happens behind the scenes is that all of my imports, they'll be hoisted to the top once I actually run my code. So imagine that once this code is been run, the imports will be ordered into something like this. Okay, so config, it uses process.env over here, but at that particular point of time, my .tnv is not loaded. That's actually the reason why this error is being thrown. So there are two ways. One is that we configure the .tnv file within the config.js itself. Okay, so what we can do is move this over to this, and put this as well over there. Hopefully it should work. Yeah, it worked. Okay, so that's solution number one. Other solution is that instead of using import syntax, what we can do is we can use the pretty old-fashioned require syntax. So that's another advantage of adding a transpiler. So if you need to like use a mixture of ES6 and ES5 by any chance, you are free to do so, which you can't do if you were to like use the type syntax in the package JSON. Okay. Okay. And what is it saying? Did it spin up 12 processes still? Okay, it's spun up 12 processes. Why? Happy and mesh equal to local. Let me console log this. Okay, it's coming as undefined. Weird. Let me just move the .tn config back into server.js and let me use the required syntax which I told. Require tnv.config. See if it works. Okay. I forgot. This thing is imported before this as well. Gallery. .tnv.config and we're returning appn. Why is it undefined? Let me just try logging the port. Put PNV undefined, port undefined. Okay. Try doing this. URL is here, config is here. Let me just add in config and let's see what this logs out. Okay. Okay, it logged out the config, but why does it say? Fill that port. Okay. Wait. I can't destructure this. My bad. This to be destructured like this. Basically, we need to export them one by one. So the syntax which you might have seen like export const, this particular syntax, I need to export them one by one like this if I were to destructure them in the import itself, which is why this is not working. Okay, so in that case, what I need to do is I need to access this using the config itself. Config and that pnv and config that port. See if it works. pnv is not defined. I don't need this. That's for debugging. And we are back on track. And we just have one process right now. All right. So where were we? Okay, config is fine, .env is fine, and the next thing what we can do now is we can basically lay out our routes and we can basically import those routes. So doing is use /API/ I will be using something called routes, which I haven't imported yet, but I'll be importing this in put routes from routes. Routes will go into another folder called routes. And over here, I'll be creating something called index.route.js. Okay. So this is basically the barrel file for all of the routers which I have in the application. Okay. And what else? What I'll be doing here is that, let me see, do I actually need routes? No, actually I don't need routes. This is another folder structure which I was using. Mix them with each other. So since we are using the module-based folder structure, what we can do is, imagine that obviously let's try and break down the system which we are building into different modules. Obviously, let me see if I can have, okay. So we'll be having a book module, okay? Then we'll be having a user module, and then we'll be having an auth module. 3 different modules. Auth module will handle all of the authentication related process. User module will handle all of the user CRUDs, and then I think I forgot to add user CRUDs. And the book API CRUD, it will be a module of its own with the CRUDs for books. Okay. So now let me add in those 3 modules: auth and book. And users. Now, what I'll be doing is, let me break these modules into different subfiles of their own, and I'll explain the reason why we decide to nest them as such. So if I take users, I'll be breaking down into this API. Then inside API, there will be something called V1. Inside V1, there'll be a controller. Then there'll be a service. And at the root of the module, we have a repository. Yes. And inside V1, we'll be adding a bunch of other folders as well. Module. Then schema. Okay, schema, but I don't think it will need a folder of its own. Let me see what else do we need. Right now, let's keep it as this. But if we need a few more as we go along, let's work on adding those. But let me add this as well, schema.js. And over here, let me see, will I need any constants? Okay, imagine that we had the need for this, I'm assuming. Yes. Okay. So this is pretty much the module structure which we'll be using while developing this. And the reason why I'm doing this is pretty much this. So I'm not sure whether you're familiar with REST API versioning, but if you take a REST API, you need to make sure that it can be extended into different versions. So let's say I'm building a REST API today. It will be, let's name it as V1. Okay? And then maybe tomorrow, I need to roll out an update to it. Maybe it could be a breaking update, a breaking change. And there are 2 different processes of doing this. If these modules were separated like into maybe like microservices, maybe you could deploy an individual microservice of its own. Okay, so no harm in that. If the server is depending, if the server is responsible for only one module, you can obviously spin up another instance of the server itself with the new API. But if you're developing a monolithic application, like in this case, it's much easier. Like if you, obviously in the case of monolithic application, the idea is that all of the code is in one single place, right? So the responsibility is into one single place. So in this case, all of our API versions will be maintaining under these modules, and pretty much when we are adding in the routes, we'll be adding all of those. So I'll show it to you. So the idea is that let me import Express. Okay. And let's see, const router is equal to router. What we're doing is, let me just export this thing first of all. Export default router. And I think I forgot users. Okay. Sorry about that. Port E1 routes. Let's say, where am I in? I'm inside the, okay, I'm inside this. So in this case, it's not API routes, it will be user. User. So I'll lay out the structure first of all, and then slowly from point by point, we'll work on connecting the dots. User routes, and then let's just remove routes because obviously we are inside a router, so it's pretty much obvious. Auth. And what else did we have? Books. Alphabetical order. What we're doing here is that API router.use auth/auth book/books use/use. So this pretty much will be the entry point of our router, and this is the router which will be exposing into our server.js, and this is what we'll be consuming from over here. So it's actually routes from modules, and here we go. So you can see that if I control click on this, it will be routed over here, and we have our core module routes, the auth, book, and user. We have defined it over here. Okay, and now moving on, we need to implement the routing for the versioning. So no point if we can't do that, right? Okay, so now what I'll be doing is, inside we have this API v1. Okay, so over here I'll be using something called an index.js, again another barrel file. What I'll be doing is I'll be aggregating all of the routes inside these API versions, and I'll be exporting it. And let me copy the entire same thing because the syntax is pretty much similar. And API v1 routes, and it will be API/v1. Right now, what I can do is API v1 routes, and I'm going to name this v1. So let's see if the naming convention is correct. So the URL which I'm trying to achieve is this. So let me just copy this out. New folder and users. Add in a request, maybe. Okay, let me just duplicate request later, add a new one. Users. Yeah, rename it wrong. Add user. Again, sorry about that. Okay. v1 users, and pretty much this. Okay. So we have this API prefix, which is achieved by using this particular prefix over here. And then we have, what else we have? We have the version prefix, and then we basically have the module name. So what I can do is, I think I did a mistake over here. If I add in the module name over here, this module name, it will be actually prefixed. So if we add it like this, then the out path, it will be created something like this. API users v1, which doesn't look nice. You can like implement it that way, but the usual convention is that the format pretty much adheres to this API v1 and then the module name. Okay, what we can do to achieve that is we can remove this, then we can remove this. You need to be quite careful when doing this because since we don't have the route separation over here, then it can be a little disastrous if you don't organize your routes properly. But right now what I can do here is that v1 slash users. Okay, so now you might be wondering that if I have say v2 routes, the process is simple as adding another line API v2 users. Okay, now one more thing which I can do to make this nicer is that get this prefix into a variable of its own. Let's say module prefix or the module itself users, and then maybe I can just feed this in as a variable rather than typing it every time. This helps me maintain it like a little bit clean away. I hope this structure was clear. So the idea is that even if you have 10 different API versions over here, those API versions, all of them, they'll be collected and they'll be exported through this particular index file. And this particular index file will be exported through this index file, and this index file will be consumed by our Express server. Okay? It provides a good hierarchy of route organization. Okay? Let me remove v2 because we don't have any v2 APIs and we will be needing this for this particular demonstration, but there we go. Now what is saying cannot find module user. Okay, it was users and cannot find name user. Okay, so if I click on this, it will redirect me to this router, and let's add in the same folder structure for the other modules as well. So these things I'll explain to you what these files are, these controller files, service files, constants files, etc., etc. But let me just first of all copy this entire folder structure over there. Okay, in this the books, auth as well. Auth won't be needing a repository. Just delete this. I'm needing model as well. Now what I can do is instead of users, I'll name this books. Instead of users, I'll name this auth. Folder structure is complete. Now back to topic. What exactly are the files which you're seeing over here? First things first, API v1. Obviously, this folder is basically for the version specific files, the files which might change per your API versions. So in most cases, what will be changing is that probably maybe you'll be changing a route path, or maybe like you'll be changing the basic logic which happens inside your route execution. Not route execution. Let's say your endpoint, let's say you're adding a user, and then maybe you change the process of actually a user is added. Then that process might change if you're changing your version. But in most cases, the database layer, the code through which you access your database, it might not change. A very good chance that it might not change. So that's pretty much why we have a repository layer over here, and then we have a controller and a service layer over here. So if I take these three layers one by one, explain them. Controller is basically, so let's say, sure, let's see if I can open up a Jamboard. I'm not really good at drawing, but Jamboard, okay. Okay, I don't like this one. Basically drew clear all of this, blah 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 blah. Okay, so imagine that this is your initial, this is the place where your route comes, your request comes in. Okay, so this is the initial point where your request will hit, and if you take this point, it will be if I explain this in terms of the code, the server.js, the request will initially come into server.js. Then from the server.js, it will be forwarded to this particular place. And from here, it will determine which module where it needs to route the request. And once it finds the particular module, it will redirect it to the specific API version for that module. And once it finds the API version, it will be redirecting it to the control of that API version. Okay, let me repeat it again. The request will be initially hitting the server.js. It will be sent to this particular module barrel file, and then from here it will be determining the module which it needs to forward the request to, and then from the module it will be determining the specific API version of that module, and from that API version it will be redirecting it to the controller. Okay, so that's pretty much the hierarchy. So now imagine that this is the controller. So inside your API, this is pretty much the initial place where your request will be hitting. I think the box was quite a little big, but let me break this into different layers and service and the repository. All right. So the request will be coming from here. Let me see if I can find a pen. Okay, behind this will be coming here. Let's see. Okay. So this is the request flow and this is the response flow. Okay. So the idea behind this abstraction is pretty much this. The controller, it will take care of only handling the request and the response. So it will receive the request, it will forward it to the specific service it needs to forward it to, and then basically once it gets a response from a service, it will be returning that response back to the user. Okay, that is pretty much the job of a controller. And the reason, if you ask why, is that it's pretty much to divide the responsibilities, or the divide what exactly happens inside your API endpoint, and it's pretty much in an organized way. So the idea is that this receives the request, forwards it to a specific service. There can be instances that you might need to forward it to services conditionally. There can be instances like that. So in that case, if it's like a if-else block or a switch case block, that switch case block will be inside your controller. And you'll be determining the type of service based on maybe something, a parameter which is sent in a query or a header, and then you'll be sending the request to a service. And inside the service, you'll be having exactly your business logic related to that endpoint. So what exactly the core logic of that endpoint will be happening inside the server. For example, if you take the endpoint of add user, the actual part where you add a user, like for example, the process where you check like if a user exists by this email, etc., etc., then those things you'll be checking inside this service. You can actually call it a validation check, but there are ways like you can do it in the schema level as well. But logically, like let's say another one, let's say if you're adding a user, then maybe like you'll be passing a password as plain text. Okay, but once you save it in the database, you'll obviously be encrypting that, and maybe like the process by the logic where you encrypt it by checking whether this password is plain text or ciphertext, you'll be doing it inside the service, any logical pricing. And the repository is basically the place where you access your database. So it has a direct connection to the database, not a direct connection. Like it's basically the layer through which you access your database. So any database query which you might need, you'll be writing it inside your repository. And the reason why we do that is, imagine that we are using MongoDB today. Okay, so imagine that maybe in a okay, there's not much of tabs over there. Anyways, let's say that if you were to change into something like SQL, okay, we are using MongoDB and we were to change it to SQL. So imagine that we have a function and the function is responsible for adding a data into the database. So if you were to add a user into the database, then if it's in Mongoose, it's just basically you get the instance of a DB and you call create on it. Okay, and if it is SQL, then if you are not using an ORM, then it's pretty much, there's a good chance that you'll be writing an SQL query. And the reason for extracting this is that if you were to change the database, you just need to change the code inside that add user function to match the new database which you are shifting to. Any of the extra logic, any of the actual processing logic will stay in the service itself. So you can basically swap something out like in the blink of an eye. It won't be in the blink of an eye, it will take time, but it will be much easier to swap things out. Okay. All right. What else do we have? Okay. we have the schema.js, and schema.js, it's basically, I forgot to tell you, before the request hits the controller.js, it will be hitting the schema.js, and in the schema.js we will be having a bunch of validations. Okay, and basically what we'll be doing is, so imagine that if we are adding a user, we'll be needing a bunch of default attributes you need for that user, right? For example, let's say a name, then an email, then let's say a password, etc., etc. And then what we'll be doing is we'll be checking whether the request payload contains everything which we need. So basically, we'll be validating the request payload. So this is one example. It's not just the payload which we can validate. We can validate quite a lot of things. For example, we can validate the request body, request headers, request query, multiple numbers of things. And the idea is that if a request, it doesn't actually has, if it doesn't have what we need it to have, there's no point in forwarding it into the inner layers, right? So for example, if you're trying to add a new user, then most of the logical processing related to that will be happening inside the service. But if you already know that this request is missing something, then there's no point in sending it further inside. So what you can do is we can basically reject it at the outermost layer itself. That's one reason for using schema.js and for validating requests. And the other reason is that, imagine that let's say I am integrating with this API. Okay, so I'm a third-party developer, and I'm developing this API. And let's say you are a third-party developer, and you'll be integrating with this API. Situations such as that, and then let's say obviously you'll be having to document the APIs. That's pretty much the good practice. So all of your APIs, you document it, maybe like using Postman or something like Swagger. But even then, let's say that you pass something maybe incorrect. So maybe let's say a field which requires an email, maybe you just passed in your name without the @sign and the domain, etc., etc. And then if I were to just throw an error saying that something failed, or your request payload doesn't match, etc., etc., something like that, then it's not really informative, right? So idea is that if something fails, I need to exactly tell the user what failed, like in the API schema validation. So that process, it happens, we can do it manually, obviously. For example, we can check if the request body contains an email, and if the contained email, it matches a regex, which you can use to validate whether it's email or not. And then maybe if it doesn't, we can just return a response using rest.json, which is very much possible. But that can take a lot of time. If you were to do it, like if there are like 10-20 fields, and if you were to like do it for each of them, that will be quite a hassle. So what we can do is we can use this library called Joy, which we used to validate the environment variables earlier, and we can apply the same logic, and we can apply it to schema.js over here. Okay, we will implement this quite soon. Okay, so now what else? Utils. Okay, let's keep utils aside for now. We discussed controller, we discussed schema, we discussed service, and then we left out constants. So constants, it's basically if you have any constant files which are specific to a particular module, then you can define it over here. Okay. And I think that for users, I think we'll need a constant. I think let's say something like roles, export const roles, and here export enough. Now what I'll be doing is that inside my constants file, there will be, for example, I'll be having two different user roles, normal user and then maybe like an admin user. Hi, Dhanush.
Hi, Akalanka. Shall we have a small break now?
I guess, yeah, we could have. Okay, then let's go for it.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right, then maybe
sure.
like see you
So,
all
ladies
in
and
10
gentlemen,
15 minutes. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding further, we will now be taking a short break. We've covered a lot of ground in the first half of our sessions, and we like to give everyone an opportunity to stretch their legs or grab a refreshment. We'll be back again in 50 minutes, so please make sure to come back on time. Thank you.
All right. Actually, we are just getting started. It's not like halfway. All right. Let me just Hi guys, welcome back. I hope you had a little bit of refreshments. I certainly did, and I think there's a little bit of banner over here. Let me get rid of it. Okay, and let me add back my screen. Actually, found a couple of biscuits and I don't even let them. Okay, where were we? Yeah, we were defining a bunch of user roles. So we'll have two user roles in the system. We'll have actually, do we need two user roles? No, let's just keep it simple. We don't need any user roles. But if you were to have a bunch of user roles, then this is pretty much valuable defining them because it's actually constant. It won't be changing from time to time. And what other place to have it other than here? So just let me just define this function. I'm not sure whether I'll need this or not, but let me keep it defined. So what it will be doing is it will be creating an enum for me. And if you're already familiar with this, JavaScript, it doesn't have any enums. There's no data type called an enum. So what we'll be doing is we'll be emulating an enum. So that's pretty much what happens behind the scenes in if you use something like TypeScript. What will be happening is basically it will be creating an object with the same key and the same value. So which is what we are doing over here. So we are taking an array and let's say the array was like let's say admin and let's say normal user. Let's say student since we are in a library management system. So this array will be looped over, and for each item in this array, we'll be creating a new key in an object, which we provide over here. So initially the object will be empty, and during each iteration of the loop, there will be a key called admin, and its value will be admin. There will be another key called student, and its value will be student. Okay. So let me just keep this function over here. I have a feeling it might be helpful. And let's continue. All right. So now we have books, and let me see what else do we have. Auth. Why is auth? Okay, it should be auth. Here we go. So now let me define a controller over here, taking the same piece of code and then copying it over everywhere. All this users.use, not actually use. Let's see post. Feeling I'm gonna get a cold quite soon. Okay. This says that post and we'll be exporting these uses. Just this for now. Let me copy this out into the books and to auth as well. And I'm going to rename the module. Auth, it will be auth, and here it will be books. And it will be books. Just avoid getting any errors. Let's see. Okay, we have got a few errors. Cannot find module API / v1. Okay. API v1 routes. API v1 / my bad. It should be control. Because our routes are defined inside the controller. We don't have any barrel file inside the v1 itself. So now let me this controller and right over here as well. And also it's back up and running. So now let's see if our user route works. Let's just add a quick rest.json and say message. Oh, and let's see. Let's try and send a request to this. So let me just maximize this because I don't need this to be minimized right now. Why is it in this? Okay. Hello from users. Looks fine. So now First thing which we'll be doing is we'll be laying out a defined response format which we'll be using in this API. And the reason why you're doing that is to avoid confusion and to maintain consistency. So the idea is that, let's say I want to return something back to the user, I'll be returning it in an exact same format. So let's say if I return a message and I return maybe a bunch of data, and then maybe something goes wrong, we return an error code. Okay, that can happen. So that thing we can extract it out, and we can help extract it into something like a middleware. Okay, can't actually call it a middleware. It's something like a util. Let me see. Can we call it a middleware? No, we can't call it a middleware. Let me just add it as a util. And from this, I'm going to export whatever is inside the response.js file, because essentially we are still in a barrel file. So from response.js. Okay. Now, what we'll be doing is we'll be maybe returning an error const response. And into this we'll be getting the response as a object, and then we'll be getting a status. Okay, status will be optional, and then if we have a little bit of data over here, we'll be returning the data as well. Yeah, so I won't go into returning error codes right now. It'll make the process too complicated, so let's just keep this for now. So the idea is that response res.json, and over here status, and let me actually destructure this because data. Actually, let me move it into a variable called payload. So JSON payload. Just return this as well. We actually don't need to return a response, but to mark that this is the end of the function, we'll just return this. So the idea as to why we separated this into a different variable is this. So if data, which can be undefined certain times, you might not always need to pass in a bunch of data. We just need to pass in a message. What we can do is we can just straight away remove the key itself from the object rather than sending an empty key. So what we can do is delete payload the data. Okay? So this will just clean up the response object. And I think I forgot one more thing. Res.status JSON, because we need to send the actual HTTP response back to the user. So here I'll be defining the default HTTP code as 200. So the idea is that if I want to return something and I don't, it'll, during most of the scenarios, I'll just need to return a successful response. Okay, in that case, I don't need to specifically pass in the status. It'll just make my life easier for me. Okay. And let me get this as well into this because it will just be a little bit helpful, but we don't need this over here. So the reason why I moved this into object itself rather than keeping it as this is that these values, they're optional. And I need to be able to pass this in without basically, how do I put this? Imagine I have a function, const a, and let's say a, b, c, and d. I'll just name this f. Now, out of this, imagine that a was a required variable. So my function won't work without a. Let's say b is optional variable. Then c is again a required variable. And then again d is again an optional variable. Okay. So imagine that you have a defined function as that. So first off, defining parameters like that, it's not a good idea. So if you have something like this, if this is required, okay, let me just rename this, make it easier to understand. Required 1, required 2, optional 1, and optional 2. Okay. So this is the order of the parameters which you have in this function. This is just dummy function. So now you might say that if I need to call this function, and let's say I don't have a value of optional 1, okay, maybe I have a value of optional 2, but when I call this, I need to call like something like this 1, and optional 1 I'll need to specifically pass that this is undefined, or I need to specifically pass that this is null. Okay? And at first glance you can see that this is not looking nice. And this, let's say you have a bunch of more optional variables in the middle, that just increases this issue. So what we usually do is all of the optional variables, we move it towards the very end. The required ones, they have precedence, and the optional ones, we move it towards the right. So now if I need to pass in the same set of values, required 1, required 2, and then optional 1, let's say I don't have any optional 1, but again have this problem. Again, optional 1 is I don't have any value, but optional 2 we have a value. But if this didn't have a value, optional 2 didn't have a value, we could straight away define this as this. Okay, no harm. We don't pass anything over there. It will work fine. But still, we had to pass in null in the middle. So while this solved the problem to a certain extent, it didn't fully solve it. So what we can do is instead of passing each of the attributes one by one, we pass it as an object, and then basically inside the function, we destructure them. So that is pretty much more cleaner way into handling this, tackling this problem. So if we pass this as this, one is that we can only pass what we need to be passed. So let's say I need to pass just required 1, and I need to pass just this. And this thing will be an object. It will work fine. This will pretty much work fine. No harm. Okay. And that's the advantage number 1 into passing functions like this. And the advantage number 2 is that if you're looking at this, let's say these functions were spanned across multiple files, and let's say you're looking at the function call. Okay, then if they were passed like 1,2, then you might not have an idea what exactly this variable is, what is its purpose. You might not get it at the first glance. But if it is passed like this, I know that exactly this is this. For example, I know 1 is required variable 1, then I know 2 is required variable 2. It basically helps me understand the function much better. Okay, I hope that was clear. And let me move this back into destructured function. And to see this in action, response, rest status, blah, blah, blah. Let me call upon this. Did I pass in a message? I think I forgot to pass in a message. I think I forgot to pass a message. Message, okay. And pass the message, and we don't pass the status here, my bad. That's one more thing which I need to emphasize on. A lot of APIs which I've seen, they return the HTTP status code in the response itself. So let's say my API it returned a 200 response. I see the status as 200 as well coming in the response body. If it is like a 404, then I see it coming in the response body, which I don't believe that, in my personal perspective, it's not actually required, because it's actually a duplication of data, because the response status will anyway come in the inside. It will be already available in the response object. So if you just call upon rest.status, it will be available. You don't need to call upon the response.data to access the status. Okay, just it's a point to be noted if you want to clean the if you want to keep the response clean. Just keep in mind, just return what you need in the response. Okay. Now response message, hello from users, REST function. And to this, we need to pass in the express response object, because without that, this function will be pretty much useless. And let's see. Okay. Response is not defined. Okay, I need to import this. Okay. Put response from this. Let me just go one directory outwards, and here we go. Okay. Response. Utils.response is not a function. Okay, I need to export this. My bad. Okay, well, response is working. Okay, this is covered. And another thing which I just remembered, you can see that this import, it's going back quite directories backwards. And if you were to import a lot of files like this would be, it will be a nightmare, because we need to exactly navigate in the directory and then you need to export this. So what if there was a way to import something like this? Instead of this, import it as utils slash, I don't need a slash over here because utils is over here. Okay. So actually there is a way. So example, if you're using TypeScript in the tsconfig.json, you can define path aliases for imports. And since you're not using TypeScript over here, we can use a plugin called Babel plugin module resolver. Okay. I haven't used this in quite a while. Let's see if we can set this up. Babel plugin module resolver. npm install -d plugin module resolver. I'll just be installing this, demonstrating it, and I'll be removing it. And the reason why I'm doing that is that this module resolver, it has a little bit of a problem when being used with ES build. So if you're using Babel itself to compile, to transpile our final source code, this is pretty much fine. But if you're using Babel, then if you're not using Babel and if you're using ES build, then there is a problem. So since I want to use ES build, I'll just remove this. But just know that this is there. Let's see if we can set this up. Let me get this out. Plugins. And add this over. And module resolver root is our src. And alias, I'll name it as utils. And here it will be utils. So now what I can do is see if this works. My input was named utils. Cannot find module utils. Okay. How many levels is it going? Utils slash index.js. Okay, I think I might need to add in index.js. Let's see. Utils index.js. Let me copy this out and see if it is redirecting to the right path. Utils index.js. Okay. It's going one more level outwards. Why though? Root is src, alias is utils. Yeah, this and I'm sure that will work. Let's see what this means. Same. Let me read the docs. Specify the plugin in your Babel alias with the custom root alias. Here's an example test. Okay. Oh, my bad. Where did I enter utils then? Utils. And over here, this. This XRC. It worked with the root. Not really sure why the root isn't being picked up. Okay, anyways, it's worked. So let's just keep this for now. Otherwise, we'll be wasting a lot of time. But I think you might have got the point. So anyways, what we're doing over here is that we are defining a path alias. So what you're basically saying is that we're telling Babel, whenever we come across this particular import, then map this import into this particular path. So at utils, it will be basically searching inside this particular file. It just helps us to keep our imports clean. Okay, so that's one thing which I need to cover. So let me just remove this plugin. Like I told you, it's a troublesome plugin. I'm not sure that this is just for me or just what I have experienced. If you're using PS, then this problem will not be there. And here we go. See if our path is correct. And yeah. And what does it say? Babel plugin module resolver. Okay, let me remove this plugin because we do not have it installed right now. And we are good. All right, back to Ravik. Next thing we need to cover is that how do you handle errors which happen inside these APIs? Yeah. So imagine that, let's say there are, I'm not sure that this is familiar, but first thing which can happen over here is that, let's say I'm gonna mock a certain error. Let's say there's a function and I'm going to define the function over here. Let's say const to something equal to blah, and I'm going to call do something over here inside my controller. Ideally, I'll only be calling the service functions from my controller. That's the usual flow it will go through. So my request comes over here, and from my controller, I call the add user function is service, and from the service, I call my repository. But just to demonstrate this, I'm going to define this mock function. So now imagine that something goes wrong inside this do function. Okay, that can happen. So to demonstrate that, I'm going to throw a new error. Say something went wrong. Do something. Okay. So now, what do you think will happen? If I send this request, you can see there came an internal server. And now if I check this, there's a really big track trace. It says that some error happened in line 7. Okay. So now this, it's returned me an HTML page. And if I copy this out, let's see what it looks like. Can't really remember what it looked like. Okay. My bad, I need to add it to an HTML file. I'm just lazy to do that. or rather let's just do it. HTML and see what it is. Yes, this is actress and it's coming in HTML file. So now this obviously doesn't look good to anyone who's consuming an API. And obviously if it is the front end will crash. Okay? Because you're expecting one particular JSON format and it's returning in HTML where I am expecting JSON. So what we need to do is we need to handle specific errors which happen inside this APIs. So what we can do is first thing we can add try catches over here. Okay, try catch error throw error. A throw error. I'm going to return a response and message. I'm going to return the error.message. And the status, I'm going to return it as maybe, since it is an internal save error, I'm going to return it as 500. Okay. So now if I send the request, okay, what's it saying? Okay, something went wrong in do something. Okay. So this will work, no issues. But imagine that you have like quite a lot of endpoints over here. And if you were to add in try catches to each of those endpoints to catch all of the errors which happen, it will actually clutter your code. Yeah. So what I'm saying is this. Imagine that there are a bunch of endpoints like this, and you can see every block has a try catch and doesn't look good as soon as you see this. So what we can do is we can add in a default error handler. Okay. So Express, it supports something called default error handler, which is a middleware. And what it will do is before sending a response back to the user, that middleware will be executed. And that middleware, it will receive all of the errors which happens inside this Express application, Express APIs. And using that, we can actually format the error response to what we need. So what I'm saying is this. Let me just add into something over here. Now we have a use case for the middleware folder which we defined here. So now middleware, not response.js, let me call this errors.js. And let me call this error handler. Put const error handler. First, this has 4 attributes, which is a little bit different from the normal middleware which you come across in Express.js, which only has request, response, and next. And this thing, it has something called an error. So keep in mind, if you add 4 parameters to any middleware, it will be actually considered an error handler. So if it is 3, this is a normal middleware, but if it is 4, it will be considered an error handler. Okay? And one thing which I've seen is that while defining these error handlers, okay, let me just keep this as this and let me define the error handler logic first of all. So first thing is that if okay, so now for now I'm going to hard code the status over here because right now I don't have any idea. I don't even have the slightest idea like what is the exact status which is coming over here at this point. But imagine that this is still an internal server error, and what we'll be doing is we'll be returning the error.message. And let's just use the response function which we already have defined. Details and response. And this middleware, let me first of all export this to my barrel file. Export all from errors. And inside my server.js, let me actually consume this. And keep in mind, the error handling, it must come after you handle your route logic. So after you actually define your main routes. So app.use error handler. And import it as this. And was it saying? Cannot find module errors. My bad. Okay, so now let's see if this works. console.log. I'm going to add in maybe something like this and this. One more thing, I've seen a lot of logs with something like this. Little error happened over here. Blah, blah. Okay. There's a lot of logging which happens like this. But personally, rather than using debug slug like this, I personally use numbers, and the reason is that if you use text, the color in which the error will be logged will be in white in your console, and most of the logs which are logged in the console will be in white. And if you were to pinpoint that this is the particular log which I'm looking at, it will be a little bit difficult. But if you used to use a number, that will be logged in a yellow color, and I can easily identify that this is what I'm looking for. So let me just, I'm not sure this is specific to VS Code. It might be different in other IDs, but in VS Code, it happens like this. Let's see. Okay, it didn't work. Something went wrong into something. Yeah, I forgot something. If an error occurs over here, we need to actually forward the control to the next middle line. Yeah, that's something which I forgot. And again, additional way is this: catch, and over here I'm going to call next. This is the traditional way, and I need to pass in next over here, and here we go. Okay, what is it saying? Return next. 404 not found. Add that use error handler API routes. Am I missing something over here? Let me remove this and see if this log works. Okay. That came. Let me look at the dogs for Express default error handler. Handling, Express.js, and what does it say? Blah, blah, blah. Before that, handle middleware is added at the end of the middleware stack function. Passing error to next, and we did not handle it in a custom error handler, my bad. Let's see, error. And in my controller, let me pass in the error. Okay, now our log is getting executed. Okay, so this is the traditional way. So if an error happens, we basically catch it, and then we basically pass control to the next middle line action. So this middle line is basically going to take care of formatting that error into the format which we have defined in our application. So again, this is a lot of boilerplate code. Yeah. So what we can do is we can extract this try-catch logic into a separate middleware of its own, which there's this concept of something called an async handler, which I think it was defined over here as well. Let me see. If it was here, I think I saw it somewhere. Not here. Okay, not visible over here. So let's just code it on our own. Let me just define another middleware called async. And this, I'm going to export const async handler. equal to. So now ignore the part async for now. So just think about normal errors, not async errors right now. But this concept, it will work for both async and non-async function. So now let me just refactor the same thing which I did right here. This, this. So now what I'll do is I'll be wrapping my handler, my async controller handler, in that async handler. Async handler. Now let me just get rid of this async and let me export this through this. Okay. Now, if I were to, let's see, my bad. Okay, now you can see that this log is still getting executed. 345. Let me just in this and see if it's the exact same thing which is getting executed. And here we go. Okay, same log, it works fine. And I think I forgot to pass in the response over here, which is why this function is crashing. Cannot read properties of undefined status. Now if I send the request again, looks fine. Yeah. So now what we basically did was we basically cleaned our outer logic, our control logic, and the error handling. We basically told the async handler to handle it. Okay. So this, it will work, but this is just for normal functions. But if you are working with an async function, this, it becomes a little bit different. So now what's going to happen is something like this. Then n see, I think it should be this. Online works. Usually most of the controller functions, they'll be async functions mostly, but let's see. So we'll try this without async. Okay, something went wrong in do something. Okay, so it's pretty much working. So now what's going to happen is it will be calling. So let me just explain the flow. In the controller, we'll be calling async handler, and the async handler will be passing in the exact middleware, the exact controller which handler which we have. So the controller which is responsible for adding a user will be passing it to async handler, and what the async handler will be doing is it will be returning us a decorated function. So this is basically called a decorator. Okay. So this takes in the actual controller function, and what's going to do is it's going to create a new function, and inside that new function, when it is being called, the main function will be executed, and while it's being executed, it will be executed with the request response and next passed into it. And if any errors happen, it will be catching that error and it will be passing it into the next function. Okay. Not sure whether I was pretty clear enough, but that's what happens over here. Basically, this takes care of handling all of the errors which happen in the system inside the API. Not all of the errors. There's one more scenario which we need to cover, but majority of the cases, this is fine enough. Okay, now looks fine. But imagine we have something like this. Okay. Something went wrong in something, and the idea is that right now, how many times, let's say I'm going to click this, click this, click this. Let's say I click this 10 times. The error happens 10 times, and I'm going to get a response 10 times. My server doesn't crash. Okay, my server is still up and running. It basically handles the error gracefully, and then it just returns me a response. But imagine if there was something like this. How do I say this? Do something. I'm going to make this an async function. Okay, And here I'm going to, let's just keep this as an anything function again. And this throw new error, I'm going to do this after a timeout. So maybe after 2 seconds. Okay. Right now, what's going to happen is after 2 seconds, this error will be thrown. So if I await this, no problem. It's going to work pretty much the same as it worked before. Okay, didn't await. My bad. I need to return a promise. So I'll reject, and over here, what I'll be doing is reject something wrong. I don't need to throw a new error because same. But here we go. Okay. Still not working. Await promise. Oh, I forgot to return this. Okay, now you can see the request is being held a little while. And okay. Adding new error. Same error which is available over here. See, now it should work hopefully. Okay, something went wrong and do something. I think the response is being cleaned automatically. I think that did happen previously. Okay, something went wrong, do something. So again, if I send this request, pretty much the service up and running, it can still service my requests. But what if I remove this await? Basically don't await this. Now what's gonna happen is send, and if I send another request, you can see my server has crashed. So if I restart the server and show it again, right now this do something which returns a promise. It doesn't get awaited, it happens in the background, and as it happens in the background, it's basically returning a response. Okay? So at this particular point of time, my life cycle will be ended. The life cycle of my request response life cycle is ended. So these things still happens in the background. So I'm going to send the request once again. After 2 seconds, that error will be thrown, and that error, it will actually crash my application. And the reason why is the try-catch logic which we have added, it doesn't work when the error is basically like it's coming from an originating from an async function. So imagine something like this. So let me just get this. Let me just create a new JS file, and let me just try and show this. Index.js. Okay. I'm going to get the same error over here. And what I'm going to do now is catch console.log error. So now if I call up and do something, the first thing which might come to my mind is that this error, whatever error which happens inside this particular function, will be handled by this try catch. So I used to think this until some time ago, and I was wrong. And the reason is that, say I am executing this. Okay, my application crashed, and the reason why is that the order of execution goes something like this. First of all, this line will be executed. These will be executed anyways, not executed. These functions will be defined anyways. But anyways, this thing will be executed. Do something will be executed, and do something will happen inside the background, and then this catch will be executed. So even though do something will be throwing an error after a certain amount of time, by the time it throws that error, there is no catch to handle it. This catch has already been executed. So there's no guard left to catch that error. So that is the reason why this error is unhandled and it is actually causing the script to crash. So that's actually what happens over here. So our error handling logic, it has basically it's ended. So this response, it has been returned, and our basic error handling middleware, it has been already passed. So by the time the error happens over here, there's nothing left to handle it. So what we can do is now just something like this. I'll add this inside over here. Process dot on as an event unhandled rejection and blah blah blah. Can't really remember the exact parameters. Let me just Google it. Window dot unhandled rejection. Okay. I don't need the window one, I need the node one. Reason promise. Let's see what this logs. Okay, the reason, okay, error, something went wrong and do something. Now if I send the request again, it still works because my server is still up and running. My server hasn't crashed. So this is pretty much an edge case which you might need to consider when developing an application. So there are middlewares for this. So you can't really remember. There was a middleware to handle async errors. And again, for this async handler, there is middleware. For example, if I just go to npm and see express async handler, there's a middleware for this. So don't need to really write this now on, but actually there's no point in a middleware for something like this because it's just a one-liner. But if you do need it, then it's available using Canvas. So the logic which happens over here is pretty much the same logic which happens over here. Okay. So that's that. So errors now, let me see. Star process on unhandled rejection. Let me see. I'm going to get this ignored. And for now, let me just add in a console log. So ideally, most of the logging, not most, almost all of the logging which needs to happen inside this, will be needing to do something like using some sort of a logging framework. So there are multiple logging frameworks which are available for Express, and I'll tell you one of them, Winston. Okay, who is this? Winston Films, not what I was looking for. And VM. This. So this basically it's really famous framework for logging, and it's pretty much has everything which you need to get started with logging. So ideally you'll be creating a new logger instance, and then whatever the logging which you do, for example, instead of a console.log, you'll be using let's say the logger was named Winston logger.log. Okay, that's pretty much what we'll be using. But for convenience, there's a library developed by Citrus community, and it's a wrapper around this Winston module, and it's called this. Let me just quickly install this. Npm install @slitfos module logger. So this is basically, it has a little bit of decorators. It has a few additional functionalities which is wrapped around Winston, and this basically it's going to make our life a little bit easier. Okay, so now let me see, it got installed, and let me quickly import this. Put here logger module logger. Here what I'll be doing is I'll be creating a new instance of this logger. So my idea is that every message which I log, I need to bind it to a certain scope. For example, any log which happens inside this error handler, I need to identify that this actual error happened actually inside this error handler. So ideally, if I was to do something like this, I'd be doing something like this, right? So error handler, and then I'll be adding in the reason. This is one way of doing this. So imagine that there were like 10-20 console logs over here. Then those 10-20 console logs, it'll have the same prefix of error handler. Okay, that is one disadvantage of that. And the other one is that these console logs, from what I have experienced, these are not transmitted, these are not recognized by basic log collection agents. So the idea is something like this. Any logs which you add into your application, most probably you will be sending it to some sort of log aggregation tool. Okay, so the idea is that let's say that this won't be like quite the case if you are running just one instance of this server, but imagine that if you were to run like multiple replicas of this, then what you'll be doing is, if you were to like, let's say you'll be sending a request into this server, and from there there'll be a load balancer and it will be routed to any of those replicas of this server. And let's say an error happens inside one of those replicas, so you need to go and check the logs of each of those replicas if you need to check what exactly happened. So if there were like 10 replicas running, you need to check 10 sets of logs, and you'll have to do it manually. And to get over that, there's this concept of log aggregation, and it's just one part. And what you can do is, there'll be an agent or something of the sort running basically wherever you have deployed this server. And what it'll be doing is, it will be collecting all of the logs inside all of those replicas. It'll be sending it to a central place, and from that central place you'll be able to visualize it using some sort of a dashboard. So if you take if I give you an example, there's something called Datadog, there's something called Grafana, which we use at the office, and I think there's something called Sentry as well. I'm not sure, I haven't used Sentry before, but I think it should fit the purpose. So idea is that all of the errors will be collected and will be sent somewhere. So from what I've experienced, console log, they're not collected, they're as console log. Okay, back to topic. Create a new logger, and I'm going to call this error handler. Research myself backwards. So that error, and here we go. Now if I run this, let's see if this works. I mixed up the imports. Here we go. So we have the log, and basically it has a bunch of additional information over here. First thing, it logs the date, exactly the timestamp when this error occurred. It has a log level, what type of log this is, and then basically the log message. And then it has a bunch of additional information like correlation ID, date, etc., etc. I'll explain what correlation ID is in a while. Okay, so correlation ID, it won't be quite helpful in the scenario like this. It'll be helpful, not as much as it was. So this logger, it was built for actually working with microservices, but you can still use it even in a monolithic application. With full potential, it comes in a microservice application. Okay, so now this is done. We actually need to add colors into these logs. It's something which we are working on. Something which you can look forward to, but anyways. What I was going to say a little while earlier was that you can see that this error handler, it has 4 parameters. Okay? So now at first glance, you can think that next is not being used, and it's grayed out, and obviously it's not being used inside this function. And it's normal to feel that I could just remove this and it will work fine. Okay? So now if I do remove this, you can see that, let me see, if I console log the error over here, okay, okay, this is an unhandled rejection, my bad. Let me just add in the await, because anyways it won't be executed out there. Something went wrong in do something. Okay, yeah, what happened here was that my log, it didn't get executed, and the reason is that as soon as I removed the next function, it basically thought of this as a normal middleware, not as the default error handling middleware. So idea is that even if next is not being used, you need next. You actually need 4 parameters, and the parameters, these are just names. So even if you name them A, B, C, and D, and if I just was to use a.message and then maybe c.res, message C, and if I add in maybe this, let's see if it gets logged. Yeah, it got logged. So these are just names, and keep in mind all four of them need to be there. And one thing which you can do is to avoid that ugly gray color which is being shown is that basically you can add in this. Let's go in front of this next, and it will ignore that unused error. So this is quite helpful. Like if you're using something like ESLint, and I forgot to set up ESLint, and pretty good that I remember this. But if you're using something like a linter, usually linters will be checking unused variables. They'll be scanning the code and be checking where and where there are unused variables, and basically they'll be throwing an error if there are unused variables. So ESLint does that. There is a rule for that. And if you were to like keep it as this, there's a good chance that ESLint will catch this and will throw this because it's actually an unused variable. So to prevent that, you can add this. It will basically get rid of that ugly gray color, and it will basically make this a little bit nicer and to basically ignore the errors. Or there you could use an ESLint ignore. And there you go. This is done. So now, since I remember this, let me actually set up ESLint and Prettier and Husky as well. So let me just quickly explain this. Let me just go one by one. First thing, I'll install Prettier. I'm pretty sure that almost every one of you is aware of what Prettier is. npm install -dev Prettier. It's a helper for formatting our code, and it's quite really helpful. And the reason why I'm installing Prettier as a dependency instead of the extension Prettier is that if I was to depend on this extension, or the Prettier extension, imagine that we are working in a team and I have one Prettier config in my extension, in my VS Code environment. You have another Prettier config, and in that case, the way my code will be formatted and your code will be formatted will be different. And when it comes to source control, if you're, once you're committing this, it can be a nightmare because there can be a lot of unwanted changes which are happening just due to code formatting issues. Okay, so to prevent that, what we'll be doing is we'll be installing Prettier as a dependency into this project, and basically we'll be defining the Prettier config inside the project itself. So now what we can do is we have Prettier over here. So let me quickly add in a format command. And it did a good job of suggesting me this. Let's see. Add in a .prettyrc. Let me just add in a few rules which I like to work with. First thing, semi. I think the default of semi, I think it was true. I don't need to specify this separately. But there's something called print width. This default 80, which is too low for me personally, in my opinion. Not sure because I'm working in a bigger monitor, but usually 80 is like pretty low, and a lot of space on the right side will be wasted. So print width, what it will control is that basically how far the code will extend towards the right side of your editor. For example, if you have a lot of code, like maybe like I'll just add in some dummy data, blah 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 blah. Let's record this, but what it will do is Prettier print width. It will just limit the horizontal width of your code. It will basically break it into multiple lines. So usually Prettier, the width of 80 is something around over here. And you can see that almost all of the space which is coming over here, it's being wasted. And let me increase this print width, and I usually go with around 180. I recall what else did we have? Trailing command. Was it none? I think it was none. It should be enough for getting started. Let's see if Prettier works. PNPM format. So let me just make this quite ugly and let me run this again. You can see my code got formatted. Okay, that's that. Now Next thing which I'll be setting up is ESLint. So pnpm add /d ESLint. Let me see what else were the. I think this should be enough. Let me just add in a config file. So similar, we have a config file for Prettier. We have a config file for ESLint as well. So again, there are multiple ways of defining these config files. Is either eslint.config.js or eslint.rc. So I'll be using the eslint.rc syntax or the syntax, the file name. RC and can't really remember the syntax. Let me just check how it goes. Let's see, getting started, blah, blah, blah. Let me find a const. Okay, this, I think this should be pretty much enough for us. Yes, then config. Now if I run pnpm lint, and let me add in the lint script as well. Lint src, blah, blah, blah. Now lint. All right, so this thing started off with a bunch of errors, and the reason is that this needs to be specifically said that this is using ESC syntax, and we are in a node-based environment. And let me see, I can't really remember the syntax for that as well. That should be this. Browser false, mode true. Let's see if this is enough of its own. Okay, I need to add in the parse options. Okay, now the usual errors went away. Now, okay, it's still saying next is defined, but never use this. Usually gets ignored. Not really sure. But again, let me clean this up. Anyways, we don't need next over here. And API controller, again, ignore this. We'll be cleaning this up anyway, but this one I think we'll need to specifically ignore this. ESLint, disable next line, or unused was. So these basically they are the normal errors we have. So now these rules, so for example, you might have noticed extends ESLint recommended. So what I just did was I extended a bunch of default rules which are available in ESLint. So if I was to show you, let me see if I can find this ESLint and lib ESLint. Let me see rules. Something called recommended. Should be somewhere close here. Config, default config, not the default config. Something should be there somewhere over here. Not this. Not this. Not this. Where was it? ESLint scope. No, not this. Okay. Let me see, where are the get rules of ESLint defined? I'm pretty sure I came across this previously. Rule definitions for ESLint recommended. Okay. All rules are listed here. From the list, you can easily find ESLint recommended rules. Blah blah blah. The list can be found. Okay, here we go. ESN packages, JS, SRC configs. I did look at configs. Maybe it's something else which I'm looking at. Anyways, the idea is that all of these, they are rules. So ESLint basically works upon the concept of rules. So basically says that if this rule is defined, basically scan the code for these particular discrepancies, and if you find it, then basically throw an error. It's basically that happens. So these rules, the entire list of rules, you can find it over here. So what I just searched for was the list of rules which are available in the recommended set. So these are the recommended rules, and it's saying that basically whenever something like this happens, just throw. So let me just explain a few of these which I'm familiar with. No unused var should be somewhere over here. If there are unused variables, throw an error. Then let me see, no undefined. I can't really remember what this was. Let me see. Okay, not really sure what these are. Okay, anyways, there are a bunch of rules. And next thing which I need to show you is that ESLint, you can check like the different rules which are like for the detailed versions of those rules. For example, one used to us. If you type in the name of the rule, say I'll just use something like this. It basically does a good job of documenting like what exactly is the accepted version of the code. Like if you're writing a code, this is the version of the code which you need to write instead of, to avoid being detected by ESLint as error, to avoid being flagged by ESLint. So it basically shows what is the correct version and what is the wrong version, okay? Which you can refer, and then basically you can use this as a means of improving your code quality. This documentation. And back to topic. This is that. Now, ESLint RC extends ESLint recommended. Now, what I'll be doing is there's one more thing. These rules, ESLint recommended, it's not something which is I use ESLint recommended, but there are a few other rules which I added as well, which we use over here slid first. So due to that reason, we have moved the entire rule configuration into a library of its own. And there's another library called slid first ESLint config internal. So let me use it, since this is obviously a version of our slid first. ESLint config internal. And the idea is that any of the configuration which you define, let's say you need a specific custom configuration, you can actually extract into a library, into a package of your own, and basically you can reuse it. No harm in that. It's a possibility which we have done over here. So by this, we can avoid writing the same rule definitions in multiple projects which you have. And let me get this, and instead of extending ESLint recommended, I'm going to extend this, because obviously inside this I've extended the ESLint recommended, and I don't think I'll be needing this as well. Should be enough of its own. Save the linter works. Couldn't find the plugin, ESLint plugin input. Okay, this is a dependency and I need to install this as well. Yes, okay. ESLint plugin input, and let's see. Okay, now it works. No difference. I just changed the ESLint configuration into a library of our own making. Okay. ESLint is configured and Pretty is configured. And now the last step of getting this done, basically we'll be adding something called Husky. And Husky is something like this. So imagine that even though ESLint is set up and Pretty is set up, let's say we're working in a team, and I basically, let's say I'm committing in my changes into my repository. I'll be checking, adding the changes, but I don't bother running the linter, and I don't bother running my format. So I rather forget it. I either forget it or I don't bother doing it. Okay, that can happen. So in that case, there's actually no point in them being defined. So what's the point in defining them if we don't actually use it? So due to that reason, we can add something like this. We can add a basic rule saying that whenever you commit something, basically run these particular scripts in advance. It's called a pre-commit hook. So we can edit using this thing called Husky. For example, even without Husky, we can do it. So if you take a Git repository, if I quickly show you, if you take Git, there's something called hooks over here. So inside these hooks, you can basically define, basically execute this script before doing this. For example, this pre-commit, execute this before executing a commit. You can do that. So Husky does the same thing. It just makes it easier for us. Let me install Husky. So and let me find Husky. And I said this. Let me find the documentation. Okay, that's the documentation. Install. So now what I'll be doing is I installed Husky, and what I'll be doing is I'll be adding this script into my package.json. So basically this will take care of bootstrapping Husky for us. Now if I run a pnpm install, I run this, and you can see that a directory called Husky was executed over here, was created over here. And then inside this directory, I can create my hooks which I need. So let me say I need a pre-commit hook, and basically in this pre-commit hook, I'll just move it inside this because it should be pretty much where it is. And basically what I'll be telling is before basically committing something, run these scripts. So what I'll be telling is pnpm lint, or rather pnpm, I'll just format it, and pnpm lint and git add auth and pre-commit.sh. All right, so now let's try adding our first commit into this repository. And one thing which I can recommend when following commits is that there's this concept called conventional commits, which in this particular case, it's not really useful since you're working with a Express backend. But if you're working with something like a package management system, like if you're developing a bunch of NPM packages, it can be helpful. But anyways, let me just mention this as well. Basically helps keeps our commits ordered, and it helps us identify like this changes this. Okay, so the idea is that whenever you commit something, you basically commit it with a prefix, and that prefix, it has a basic, it gives you some sort of insight what this commit is. For example, feat, it basically tells that this particular commit is adding a new feature. Then if it is like feat with an exclamation mark, this commit is adding a particular feature which will break something existing, basically something called a major change. Okay, and then show, etc. There are a bunch of things which you can implement over here. But like I said, in this particular case, we don't need this, but good to keep in mind. So let me see, initiated project halfway, added linters. Okay, let me just add Husky. There's a lot of things we did. We should have committed this incrementally, but let me just commit this in. And one thing is that if I'm using GitHub desktop, there'll be little problems with Husky. So instead, let me just use the terminal. I completely forget that. We'll show it. Okay, it didn't execute. It's working, right? PNPM format and PNPM run lint. Let me reload this. Should usually work and should usually crash over here. Kind of like a heart attack. The files are lost. We'll have to do it all over again. Okay. npm husky add pre-commit npm test. My bad. I need to add this thing. Defining it individually doesn't usually work, because the scripts which you add in husky, it needs to be linked with git, which doesn't happen since I added this manually. npm format and npm lint and git add. Basically, I'm formatting my code, linting it, and once it's done, I'm adding those changes back. Okay. Now, what I'll be doing is, let's see, the usual error should come now, since I'm using GitHub Desktop. Sigpath command not found, blah, blah, blah. You can see a directory, GitHub Desktop, app resources, git node modules, pnpm bin, blah, blah, blah. So what's happening is that since I'm using pnpm, GitHub Desktop, it can't recognize pnpm. So to solve this, basically you can basically do this. Find where pnpm is installed, which I guess in my case it should be, can't really remember, installed it using PowerShell. Let's see, should be something over here. pnpm, no, not here. Let's check local. Node modules. Okay. Make sure it goes when it's installed to PowerShell. Or rather, let me just check my path. It should be over there somewhere. pnpm home app data local pnpm. Okay, that's where I was. Here we go. So anyways, what I can do is I can basically copy these binary files and then I can paste it inside this directory, which is saying that it can't find it. But easier way is that you can just use the terminal. Okay, so let me just git add. Commit message over here. Git commit. Just keep an eye on the terminal. You can see that prettier was executed, and then what does it say? ESLint pnpm lint dot. How's it that? My bad, it should be and. Okay, so now you can see that both of the format and the linter was run, and then the linter recognized a bunch of errors, and due to that, it's not letting me commit into the repository. Okay, so this is implemented as a means of like ensuring code quality. So if you detect certain errors before committing it, the ideal way is that fix them before you commit it. Okay, so that's that. But if you do need it, which I need it in this case, because right now most of these are unused variables and we are still in the halfway in the process of development, and right now this is quite annoying for us. So what I'll do is basically I'll skip this verification process. So what I can do is there's this option called no verify, and if I do this, it will basically avoid running the pre-commit hook. This is not recommended, but in certain cases you can do it if you want. Okay, let me push this. Let's see what else do we have left. We have ESLint, then we could configure prettier. What else are the configurations which we need? I guess this should be more than enough for now, but let's just get back into developing an API. I think we still haven't even started doing this. Might even extend till like 12 p.m. 1 a.m. Okay. Let Just stretch my fingers. Okay, where did we leave off? We added the error handlers, blah blah blah, async errors, and we missed something, and it was pretty much this. Let's say I think if I add in something like this, start my server once more. That was the dev script. This. So basically, the error which comes when we pass in a route which is not defined. So this is one more edge case which we usually need to handle in Express applications. So basically, we have defined all of our routes over here. So all of our API routes, we have defined a default error handler, but we haven't specified what to do if the user passes in a route which is not defined, which you need to do right now. So app.use source not found handler, which again I'll be defining this in middleware. Again, there should be middleware for this. I haven't really searched, but I'm pretty sure that there is a middleware for this as well. Resource not found middle error handler out there in the npm registry. Resource not found. Let me see. Let me just call this 404. Clean and quite easy to understand. And blah blah blah. So let me import the way. Actually, we don't need a logger for this because yes, it's not actually an error to log. It's just someone is requesting a resource which actually doesn't exist. So let's just skip the logger phase for this. And the status will be this one. I'll be specifically saying as 404. And message error.message. Not error.message. You don't have an error. My bad. Source which you requested for does not exist in this server. There we go. Let me just add this in, and I think we can remove next over here because since this is just a normal middleware, I don't need the next function. So now, let's see if this works. App.use requires a middleware function, and I need to export this. Export all from 404. Let's see. There we go. We got a 4.0 response, and resource which you requested for does not exist in this server. So that case is handled. Now, the next step of error handling. What if I need to, let's say, return a response back to the user while within a service layer? Or let's say, what if I need to return a response back to the user while I am in a repository layer? Or let's say there can be other functions like this. For example, there are utility functions, then there are helper functions, etc., different types of functions. But what if like I need to return a response from one of them? So one thing is that I need to pass in the express response object to each level. So to each function call, I pass the response subject and blah, blah, blah. If something happens, I return a response, maybe like either through rest.json or through the function which we have defined. That is possible. But if you do that, that pretty much creates a chaining hierarchy, and it basically creates a tightly coupled system between the functions. Basically, you can change a function without affecting other places. So that is not a recommended way to go with it. So what I personally prefer is that do not return any responses at any inner levels. So what we do is we throw a custom error at an inner level. Instead of returning a response, we basically what we do is we throw an error. We throw custom error, and basically that error will be handled by a default error handler middleware. So whatever error which we throw at whatever level we are in, it will eventually reach this default error handler. It will basically to reach the client through this default error handler. It basically provides a graceful way of error handling. And the other thing is that it provides a way to how do I put this? So imagine that there are different types of errors, right? For example, there can be internal server errors, and there can be a bad request error. For example, I'm talking about the HTTP errors over here. So imagine that you send a request, and due to some issue in the request payload, some error happened in the system. So that is usually it's actually the scenario where a bad request error is thrown in an HTTP API. So in this case, let's say that the check was done in a service layer inside over here. So in this case, if I need to throw a bad request error, what I can do is basically I can create a custom error. And in that error, I will be basically creating, it will have two properties. It will have a status and it will have a message, and it will basically have an info object as well if you do need it. So that custom error, then it will be handled through this, and it will basically it will return whatever the information which I threw in the service layer. For example, if I throw a bad request error inside a service layer, like this request failed because of this particular reason as the message, that message will be reaching here and it will be reaching the client through this. Okay? So let me quickly show that in action. So the error class, we can actually define it, and I'm not saying we can't, but it's already like we already have libraries defined for this. So there's this library called HTTP errors npm. Basically makes this process a little bit easier for us. So basically we can straight out the box create HTTP errors over here. You can see it's quite a lot of downloads. Now what I can do is, let me see if I can find an import, blah, 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 no imports, it has requests, so I'll just add in the import myself. Import create error from HTTP errors. And this basically has this is a function. What I can do now is, instead of new error, I can create my own custom error. And inside this own custom error, one or is misplaced. Here what I'll do is I'll provide a status. So basically I'm saying that this error is basically a bad request error. So basically status code 400, this is status code which corresponds to bad request error. So if something like an internal server error occurs, you can basically do this. So internal server errors, you don't need this because internal server errors are handled by default. But if you need any type of error, you can use this. So if we are throwing an error due to, like, say, some authorization problem. So let's say user is trying to access a resource which he doesn't have access to, he or she doesn't have access to. So usually the code will be HTTP 4-pin error. So the 4-pin error is usually the code of 403. What I can do is I can throw this, and over here, what I'll be doing is I'll be checking status, and if I check error.status, 500. Okay, so if my error already has a status defined, return that status. Otherwise, return the default 500 error status. Okay, simple as that. So let's see if this works. Okay, first 04. Okay, comparing users because I'm still in the wrong route. There you go. 403 4-bin. So basically, it loosely coupled my dependencies between the layers in my application. So right now, whatever the response which I need to return, I can return it from anywhere I need in the application. I don't need to depend upon Express response object to return a response. I can guarantee that whenever I throw an error, that information will reach the user. Okay. And the other thing is that do not implement try-catch handlers at different levels. For example, the controller already has a try-catch of its own, which is implemented by this async handler. This one already takes care of error handling. So since this is already taking care of error handling, do not try to implement error handling into service layers or repository layers, because there's no point. So if an error is thrown inside like an innermost layer, for example, at a repository layer, that error will eventually, it will reach the service layer, and from the service layer, it will reach the control layer. And at the controller layer, it will be logged. It will be logged and the response will be returned. You don't need to implement the error handling on its own, unless you require tracing. So by tracing, what I means is that you need to actually identify like this particular error happened in this particular layer because of this particular reason. Detailed tracing. So unless you need that, do not add try catches at every layer. Most try to let the errors cascade. So the innermost layers, let it flow towards the outermost, and at the outermost at the error handler, which we have already done at this particular point of time. Okay, that is the, and the other one is that do not log errors multiple times. So if you're logging an error at innermost layer, then do not log it at a outermost layer. So for example, in this case example, if you're logging at error at a outermost layer, which is happening here, do not try and log it inside an innermost layer, because in the stack trace, which has been logged over here, you will already have the details regarding that error. So my idea is this. Basically, we need to add the logo over here. I forgot to do this, actually. API error. And what can I say? I'll just add in the error. Okay. Now what's happening over here is that logged error, API error, blah, blah, blah. Whatever the errors which go through here, it will be logged before returning the response to the user. Okay. This is one way of error handling. And one more thing which we can do is, if we are logging error at a different level, we can maintain some sort of flag. Like, for example, if I log an error over here, imagine that I'm just hypothetically assuming this, but let's say I had a try catch over here. Catch. And then imagine that the logo was imported. I haven't imported this, so this will throw an error. But anyways, imagine that there's a try catch over here, and then basically you log a detailed version of this error. So this error and this log is basically like it's a default way of logging. Okay, so this is quite, it's just a generic error log. So if you need to like have a more detailed error log, you might need to implement a try catch on its own, separate try catch block of its own. Okay, so that can happen. So in that case, you log it over here, but once you log it, just mark it as error dot is logged equal to true, and then maybe rethrow it, because you need to rethrow it, otherwise the response will not reach the user. So you need to rethrow the, not rethrow, it's actually throw, my bad. Okay, so now this error, it has this boolean value attached, and over here what I can do is I can basically check using this, using an if condition. If error dot is logged is false, then only I log the error. So this will avoid cluttering your logs. This is one thing which we can help. Now back to us. Let me remove this. Actually, just give me around 2 minutes. Let me just quickly drink some water and come. My throat is a little bit so. Wait. My bad. I was on mute. Okay. Let me just start off where I left. Okay. So I mentioned about tracing a little while ago, right? So tracing is basically the primary purpose of tracing is basically to identify what if an error occurs in the system, why exactly that error occurred, and where exactly that error occurred. Okay, so that's mainly the primary purpose of tracing. So to do that, you might need to like develop different instances of your application. For example, you might need to log like this particular function executed successfully. Then this particular so for example, let's say, how do I put this? Let's say you are doing some encryption functionality. Let's say you are encrypting a password, for example, while adding a user. So let's say before starting the encryption process, you can say that the encryption process initiated. And after the encryption process completed, then the encryption process completed. So this is the hypothetical scenario. This encryption function is not much of a important function log, but imagine that it is an important function. And what was I saying? Yeah. So basically, what I'm telling is the execution of the important functions in your application, you might need to trace them. So this executed and this executed successfully. So ideally, how we'll be doing this is that as soon as the function execution initiated, what we'll be doing is basically you'll be, let's say, again, I'll assume that the logo is imported and then add this in logger.info and then basically function execution initiated. Okay. And if there are a bunch of additional parameters which you need to pass this into this, you can do it using and then pass it. But otherwise, then okay. So function execution initiated, and as soon as the response of this, for example, say body of this function and logger.info function execution completed, and over here I'll be basically returning the response. So this is the usual way of how we actually trace the execution of a function. Okay. So this actually, it I used to follow this procedure quite some time ago, but it's actually again it's a little bit of a boilerplate code. So if you were to do this to each and every function which you need to trace, then your code will be full of logs. Like your code will be full of login information logs, log.in for this, log.in for that, blah blah blah. So it will be quite difficult to read the function. Okay. So what we can do instead is basically we have something like this. If you take a function has a property called a name. So if I were to quickly show it, let me just try and show this in the browser. So let me just quickly define a function abc equal to this, and if okay function abc is equal to this, and if I console log this console.log abc.name, and there you go, we got the function name. So what if we build a decorator, and what it will do is it will basically take in the function which you need to execute, and then inside that the logging process will happen. So before you execute the actual function, you basically log abc function execution initiated and abc function execution completed. So that is a process which we can actually follow. And using that process, there's a library again, which is developed by Sitfos. And what you can do is you can import this npm install Sitfos and functions. For this library, and what we can do now is with this we don't need the generic async handler, because this functions library, it has a async handler of its own which is wrapped around the basic async handler functionality. But let me just quickly delete this because we no longer need this. Let me just remove this as well. And controller, Let me quickly import the async handler from this library. Input, not an async handler, it's basically named traced async handler. And from split was now if I run the same server, if I run this server and then let's see if this works, add user, something went wrong in something, blah blah blah. You can say unnamed function execution initiated, unnamed function execution failed. Okay, so we got something, but we still have a problem. It's saying unnamed function, unnamed function. We actually don't know what is the function which actually failed. Okay, so what we can do now is one more thing. We don't need. I removed it. Okay, like I told you, for this to work, you need to basically explicitly name your functions. You need to give a specific name to your function. Okay, so now what we can do is instead of using this callback syntax, this particular one, what I can do is I can use the traditional function definition, and over here what I can do is I can give this function a name. For example, add user controller, and let me just make this an async function. And here we go. Now if I execute the same endpoint, or I execute a request to the same endpoint, you can see add user control execution initiated, add user control execution failed. Okay, so this logging, this will be quite helpful when we, so since I, like I told you, these logs will be transmitted to a log aggregation framework and basically you can visualize all of your logs over there. Basically what you can do is you can filter out the logs which happened in this particular request lifetime. Okay, that's one possibility. So my personal suggestion is that usually these controller layers add in this trace async handler, because obviously you can see that if it will basically trace the execution of that particular endpoint, and for individual functions which you might need to trace inside, for example, let's say there's this function do something. Let's say I need to trace do something execution. Okay, so right now this add user controller, it only has do the do something function, but let's say it had a bunch of functions like this, something one, do something two. Okay, and you need to trace exactly like inside which of these the error happened, whether it was do something one or do something two exactly. So what you can do is you can actually trace a function itself on its own. So there's this other function which is exported through this. Remove this as well, we don't need this. So this is traced. It works quite similar to the trace async handler. So actually the trace async handler is based upon traced. Okay, and what I can do now is I'll just do something in traced, and let me execute my request. Now you can see this. Add user control execution initiated, do something execution initiated, do something execution failed. Okay, the errors have been logged, and now you might have seen the error it didn't get logged two times. So previously what happened was, if I can find it, you can see add user control execution initiated, add user control execution failed. But right now, the final execution failed of the controller didn't happen. The log didn't happen because we already have logged it inside over here. We do not repeat the logs. So that's that. So just keep this in mind. Don't use this everywhere. Like this tracing, it comes with a cost of its own because it is creating a new function for each tracing process which you do. But where you need it, use it. For the places where you need to trace it. So now let me just get rid of this. I'll use it when required. And let me see. Okay, I'm getting a bunch of messages. Okay, maybe. Where will we? Okay, we have this add user controller, blah blah blah. What else do we have? Okay, now let's actually jump into the part where we're actually supposed to build the APIs, the database integrations. Let's start with those. So now, first thing, before that, actually, there's one more thing which I need to cover: the concept of caching. So if you take a request, if you take an express request, then basically, how do I put this? So usually, like if you need to pass something from one function to another, you usually pass it as a function parameter, right? So let's say inside my controller, I make a call to a function which is inside my service, and if I need to pass it, I usually pass it as a function parameter. But if I need to like, if there's something which is quite common to request itself, for example, user, for example, the authenticated user who is making the request. So that user will be common to the entire request lifecycle. So in that case, if you were to pass the user, so usually what will be happening is that you'll be validating the user inside a middleware, and you'll be getting the user object from the database, and then basically you'll be doing something with it. And the ideal way is that you attach it to the rest, the request. So request.user is equal to the user. This is the usual way which I have seen. Okay? So if you do that, you basically need to pass in the request.user everywhere you need it. So if you call 10 functions which you need the request user, you need to pass it 10 times. So instead of doing that, what we can do is we can actually implement, there's this concept of an async local storage in Node.js. So async local storage is basically something like this. For each request lifecycle, a separate session is created. Something, it's not exactly a session, but you could call it like a separate store unique for a request. So into that store, you can save whatever you want. And as soon as request lifecycle ends, that is pretty much sure. And that store, you can access it through an import without the need for any like passing anything through any function. So this is the concept of, I'll tell you the name of the library, which is the core of this. This is named CLSO, particular library. And behind the scenes, this particular library, I'm guessing that this is using, there's something called async local storage in Node.js. Let me see if I can find this. Node.js. It was somewhere over here. Yeah, this. So I'm guessing that this is the API. I'm not really sure about this, but I guess is that this is the underlying API which is being used. But anyways, using this, we can create an individual session for a request, and it will basically allow us to store anything which we want. So this can be used. One is for making like data access easier. We can access something which we want, which is quite common anywhere we want. And the other one is that we can implement this for caching. So imagine that inside your server, you make 10 requests to maybe like an external service. Okay. So again, this concept, again, this usually mostly applies when you're working with microservices. But imagine that we are making, let's say, a get user request to the same API. We are making it 10 times. Okay. So in this case, what we can do is, you could take this as an API, or you could take it as maybe like a process which has a huge computation. So maybe like a function which has maybe like 10-15 seconds to finish computing. So the result of that function, you can catch it inside this storage. This storage which is called context. This is called a context storage. Okay. So the idea is that whenever you need it, like if you are making 10 calls to the same function, as soon as you make the first call, you get the first result, and as soon as you get the first result, you save it into this context, and then for the subsequent calls, you basically fetch the result from that context. So you know that the result will never change. So this is for scenarios such as that. You basically fetch whatever you need from the context itself. So this is one way. So this usually, like, this is the same concept which we follow in Redis. So the difference here and Redis, between here and Redis, is that Redis is a shared database, but here this is like a request which is specific for a, this is like a storage which is specific for a request. And in the case of Redis, it will be specific, like it's not specific to a particular request unless you like implement a way of making it specific by using some sort of request ID or something like that. Okay. So let me just quickly show this. And even though I showed this is not what we'll be using, because there's a wrapper built around this, which makes it even more easier for us to implement this. So if you check this, we need to create something called a namespace, and then basically we need to fetch the namespace, and from that namespace basically we need to, I'm not sure what actually happens over here, I don't have that much knowledge to explain this, but what we'll be using is express HTTP context. Okay. All right, so now let me get this. After this, maybe like let's take a 5 to 10 minutes break, because even I'm a little bit tired, and I'm guessing that you all might be as well. So let's just finish this and let's just go for a 10-minute break. Okay, now we have express context, HTTP context over here. And now what we need to do is basically we need to, this context, it has a middleware, and using this middleware, basically we create a session for each incoming request. So we just copy this and make sure that use the request, that initiate the context from the point where you need the context. Like don't initiate at the very top, because you won't need the context for this particular middleware, right? You only need it for your specific systems APIs. You don't need it for Express help as well. So import HTTP context. Express text middleware. And what I can do now is, yeah, that's pretty much it. I just need to initiate this. And then whenever I need to set something into this, for example, let me just quickly show this. Let me see if I have a middleware somewhere. Okay, let me just add in a mock middleware that use just text blah 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 text.sys request.id blah blah blah. So I'm in server.js, and from server.js I'm saving this thing called request ID, and then let's say I'll just make it this thing. And once I'm done with this, I can basically access this value over here, and not just from over here, I can access it from anywhere, as long as that particular piece of code is been run within the lifecycle of that request. So now let's import the same thing over here. Show that log text.get request ID. Okay, now let's see. Make it easier to identify, but yeah, let's start the server. You can see, right? 55, 34, blah, blah, blah. Whatever the message, but whatever the data which is saved over here, we have access it over here as well. Okay? So that is very much possible. And what is this error which we are seeing? Cannot set headers after they are sent to a client. Okay. Context.log, context.get request ID. Let me see. Where exactly did we send? Yeah, my bad. Errors.js, error handler. Where exactly is the error coming from? Let me like this. Okay. Cannot set headers after the send to client. This usually comes when you're trying to send the response 2 times. Let me see, where are we trying to send a response 2 times? Was it through this? No, can't be through this. Through this library, I can't really remember the implementation of that library. Let me check. Trace async handler, what did it do? Yeah, we are calling next through this. Return response. Yeah, this should be this. If first dot was it? Let me recall. There's a way to check like if you have already sent the response or not. Let me just Google this. Can't really remember that. See, not this, not this, not this. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me. Press the header sent. This should technically work. What you're doing is basically you're checking like a response has already been sent or not, and if it has been sent, then we basically send this response. So the reason why this happened was the lineup of our middleware. It was something like this, right? So this thing was there, and after that, this resource not found handler was there. So as soon as the next function was called within the trace tracing handler of this, it basically passed control into this particular 404 resource not found handler, and from there it was trying to return another response, which is why we were getting that nasty error. Hope that was clear, but see if everything is working fine. Okay, now it's working fine, and let's see if the resource not found handler is also working fine. And yeah, it's working fine. Let me get rid of the context, and I think with this we basically have almost everything bootstrapped which we need to work with this application. So after that, it will be just straight implementing the CRUD which we are looking at. So I guess it's time we took a break. I'm a little bit tired. Let's say we meet again at around 10:30, 10:30 or 10:35 maybe. Okay. Until then, so
Hello everyone. We will now be taking a brief break before we move on. We have covered a lot of material so far and we hope to give everyone a break. We will resume our session in 50 minutes, so please make sure to return on time. Thank you.
Okay, back again. Let me get rid of the banner and welcome back to anyone who came back at time. And let's actually get started with what we have left. So now we bootstrapped whatever we need, almost everything which we need to get start with our work. And now let's start with building the user CRUD. So that's pretty much it. It'll be a good entry point. So now index.js. Now here, let me create a new file called user.model.js. So this is the place where I'll be building the schema for my database model. Basically my mongoose database model. I'll be defining it over here. Okay. And before we actually do that, I need to basically add in a piece of code which I'll be using to connect to my database. So over here, let me put this. And reason I'm following this structure is again with a particular reason. So databases, there can be two types of databases which we interact with usually. So majority of the cases it will be our primary database and the other one will be a shared database. For example, in our case, we'll be using something like Redis. I don't think for this particular project we'll be using Redis because obviously we don't have that much of time to go into a scope like that. But anyways, this folder structure will help you, like if you decide to go use with Redis. So ideally Mongo, and over here I'll be defining a folder called migrations. And let me see, migrations. So I'll define the connections in my barrel files itself. Really, the idea is that there can be two types of databases, MongoDB and Redis, and I'll export all of this. Export all from Mongo and export all from Redis. Now, this migrations directory, it's pretty much, let me see. So if you're working with databases, so there's this concept of database migrations and database CD. So the idea is something like this. So in the case of MongoDB, this is a little bit, it's not as proficient, like it's not as relevant as this would be like in the case of SQL database, but it is still there. But I'll explain this with the scenario of an SQL database. So imagine that we were building the same system using SQL. So probably we'll be having a users table, then we'll be having a books table. Let me see. Yeah, pretty much books, users, and maybe a middle table where we basically store the reservations. Like this particular book was reserved by this particular user, something like that. Book reservations. So the tables, obviously, if you have worked with SQL, you might know that we need to create the tables on our own. Like we need to define create queries, and those queries will take care of creating the tables in our database. So imagine that it's fine. Like this system, let's say I'm building the system. I'm using SQL database, and maybe you're cloning the system, and you're connecting your local database of your own. So while I am developing using my local SQL database, my SQL database, while you're developing using your local SQL database. So the queries which I have executed, they are available in my database, but as soon as you try to run it in yours, you don't have the queries. Like what are the exact queries which are needed to get the database initiated. So that is a problem which can happen if you actually don't define the queries somewhere in your piece of code. Like you need to define them in code, like this is the way that the system is initiated. So that is basically like a simplest example of a migration. Like it is like an initial migration. So as soon as you clone the system, you basically can run a migration, and that migration, it's basically a script, and that script will have the piece of code which is specific to your database, and it will basically take care of initiating the entire database for you, the database schema. For example, in this case, it will create the tables for you, and it will basically keep it available for you to use. So that's the basic idea. But the other scenario where migrations come in is basically like if you need to change the schema. So imagine that you have a column, and then maybe at a later point of time, maybe like you decide to rename that column. So in that case, you can define another migration script, and that migration script will take care of rename that column. So whatever changes which you do to the schema, those are basically what is covered under migrations. The schema, any changes to your schema, they'll be automatically covered. Okay, and it's just as simple as running a migration script. So in this case, in this case, we'll be using a library called Mongo Migrate, and it's just as simple as running pnpm mongo migrate up, and it will take care of migrating the entire thing for you. And like I told you, since this is MongoDB, we do not have to worry about like creating any database schemas or anything, because we don't have any defined structure. It gets created on its own automatically as soon as we add a document. So that process is not there, but still we might need like certain, we might come across certain instances where we need to make changes to schema. For example, property in a document which was previously, let's say, a string, we might need to convert it into a type of array or maybe a type of object. So in that case, we might need to define a migration script for that particular task. So those scripts, we define it inside this migration directory, and once we like deploy this somewhere, we'll be automatically setting that migration script to run as soon as the deployment is initiated. So we'll be automating the migration process. And this migrations works with something like this. They maintain a change log. For example, if a migration is executed once, it will not be executed again. So there'll be no duplicated migrations run. So you don't need to worry about that. And the concept of seeding is a little bit similar, but seeding takes care of adding initial data into your database. So migrations take care of building the structure of your database, but seeding, it will basically add some bunch of initial data. For example, if I'm let's take the same example, users table, I might need to add a maybe like an initial admin user into the database. For example, if I have a API where I can use to create new users, add new users in the system. And if the API is restricted to only admin users, obviously I need an initial admin user to add other different users, right? So that initial admin user will be created by running a seeding script. So that is the, and in this case, we do not have like we won't be using a library for like seeding. We'll be using the same library, Mongo Migrate, and we'll be using for both migrations and seeding. I'm not sure we'll be using it for this particular example, but I'm just telling it so that you know that something like this is there and it's available to use if it is required. And these migrations, let me just add a git keep. And if you're wondering what git keep is, I've been adding this for quite a few folders. So this usually, if you define an empty folder and if you commit it to git, it will not automatically be recognized. Like if I was to push this to GitHub, and if I check the code on GitHub, you won't be able to find this migration directory if the migration directory was empty. We need to have at least one file in this. So as a convention, we have a file called a git keep file, and over there we basically say that this thing will have some content in the future, and then basically just for now just preserve it in git. Okay. Okay, so now let me connect. Let me import mongoose, and let me install them. I think I did install mongoose. Next, as well. This won't be a dev dependency, it will be a primary dependency. Pnpm install mongoose, and once this is done, let's install mongo migrate, whether it's a mongo migrate or migrate mongo. Yeah, there's something like, there are multiple versions of these libraries. Let me see exactly. It's either this or it's either this, one of these. One of these is like, it's a library which is not being maintained, but one is, it's a little bit, yes, this is the one which I'm referring to, migrate mongo. The other one was mongo migrate. This one, not really sure what this was. This one is a deprecated library, and it doesn't offer everything which offers which is offered by this. Okay, So I'll install this as well. And also I forgot to mention, whenever we work with, when we are writing a migration script, we actually have two blocks in that script. We have a up block and then we have a down block. So the idea is that any changes which are being done as soon as the migration script is run, that will be defined in up block. And if those changes are reversible by any chance, I'm saying by any chance, for example, there are changes which aren't reversible, but in that case we can't do anything about it. But if it can be reversed, it's always a good idea to write the script which will reverse the changes in a down block. Example, let's see. Yeah, we have it over here. So this script, we basically make the change, and in this we basically revert the change just in case if we need to roll back due to some certain issue which can happen. Okay, activate as pnp install migrate Mongo. And to work with this, we need the config file, migrate Mongo config file. It is available over here. Let me just take the entire thing and then let me just copy this. And in the meantime, let me set up ES build as well. I completely forgot that. The builder we shall be using. And migrate. And the URL, it's pretty much this. See. Migrations directory. So this migrations directory, I'll need to point it to the migrations directory which I defined over here. So right now in this case, it is inside src database Mongo, and inside this it will be migrations. Migrations for extension is JS and hash file. So this hash is basically what will be used to check whether this is the same file, this is the same migration script which we have already run. This URL, I think we can access it using process.env.db URL, same .db URL. And if it is not provided, we'll use this. So usually since you're working with a local database, it will mostly migrate it over here, but let me call upon .env config as well. .env.config. Ideally, this should make the DB URL available to this process. Actually, we don't need this since DB URL is anyways required. And database name. So the database name, let me give it as Expressway. Was database name required really? I don't remember using database name last time. Let me check an old script which I worked with. I really don't remember using a JS script. Yes, okay, yeah, we did not have a database name. It has a bunch of, so these are MongoDB options. If you're familiar with this, whenever we make a connection to MongoDB, we can provide these different options. And let me see what is the version of this I worked with. Migrate Mongo 9.0.0. What was the version which we installed? Yes, there's a breaking change. Okay, so since I'm familiar with 9.0.0, let me just quickly downgrade it to that because I'm not sure like what exactly are the changes which is available in this, and it might consume a lot of time if we commit to certain errors. So let me just quickly downgrade it to the old version. 9.0.0 and pin install. Let me get the same exact config file and let's reuse it. Okay. See database Mongo migrations. Pretty much the same path, right? See database Mongo migrations. All right. So now we have this setup, and let's get back to our database connection. Let me see. Let's check the docs. I have this code in this particular repository, but still I'll try to do this from scratch. Mongoose. Let's see. We have import and then mongoose.connect, blah, blah, blah. So let me just import the config. Port config and wait. Connect mongodb.db URL. See, and I think this should be enough. We'll not define specific individual options as of now. This should be more than enough. And let me add in a new set of bunch of handlers. So Mongoose has a bunch of listeners which we can listen to, and then basically they'll be emitting a bunch of events. So imagine that something went wrong in the connection. You could catch that and you could log it, and we'll need the logger for that. You'll logger const logger equal to module logger, and then basically Mongo. Now what I can do is log a little bit detailed error, DB connection error, and I'll be logging this. The reason I'm doing this is basically, first of all, in this string, I'll be logging the error message, and the detailed error, I'll be passing it as the entire object itself if I need it for further examination. MongoDB connection error, and over here, error. And one thing again, I've seen out of this, like most of the logs, most of the code which I've seen, we usually log it as error itself. So basically inside the string interpolation, we have basically passed in the error itself. So this, it will not work. It won't throw an error, but it will, how do I put this? This error is an object. So it is basically a JavaScript object. And if you were to check this, the final interpreted value will be something like this. Object, something like this. Okay, so it's not really helpful if you see this. So that is the reason why we need to fetch explicitly the error message from this, and then we log this. And logger.error, I think we should be good. Connection error. And then another one, mongoose.connection connected. To help us determine like when the connection was actually made. And there's one more which I really like, mongoose.connection. But okay, not disconnected. Disconnect this was fine, wasn't what I was looking for. But anyways, let's log this as well. Mongoose.connection, but there was something called reconnected. Was it not there? If you're wondering like where exactly these events are coming from, let me actually try and show this in the docs. Mongoose events, and here we go. Connections should be somewhere over here. Here we go. Connecting, connected, open, disconnecting, disconnected, reconnected. Okay, this was what I was looking for. Reason behind adding all of these event handlers is basically like if something goes going with the database connection, you can actually have a trace of what the behavior was. For example, if your database is like it's losing connection from time to time, it can happen. So by looking at the log traces, you can like, you can't say like, I can't say you'll get an idea like all the time, but you'll get some kind of idea like what has been the behavior of the past few days, which you can analyze and then maybe you can use to come up with a solution. So we have this, and We should be good to connect to MongoDB. So we have connect Mongo. Let me just make this shorter. And inside a server.js, let me actually make the connection. Connect. Should be good. So let's try and server once more. Let's see if we get that log. What does it say? Mongoose default connection is not a function. Okay. Mongoose connection default is not a function. Line 20. Oh my bad. Mongoose connection on. This one is good. And connected to database successfully. Let's see. Server is listening on port blah blah blah. Okay, initial connection log didn't work. Weird. Was the URL which I made correct? URL. Let me remove this. I can't really remember what the URL format was. Maybe okay, MongoDB, localhost 2017, blah blah blah, Expressway. Isn't the connections working? That's good. See if I miss something. Wait. Let me read this. Emitted when Mongo successfully makes its initial connection to the MongoDB server when Mongoose reconnects after local using connectivity. Okay, let's try and change the connection listener and see if it does anything. Okay. Was it the next connection? I don't think I need a direct connection. Okay. I forgot this particular block. Basically, like once the process exists, the server shuts down. We basically need to disconnect the connection which we made. Otherwise, it usually disconnects on its own. But just in case, as a precautionary measure, it's always better to add this piece of code. Now let's get back to debugging why the logs doesn't work. When you're connecting to a single MongoDB server, a standalone MongoDB limit. May be emitted multiple times if Mongoose loses connectivity. Let's try out the connections to see if it doesn't work for all or it's just for one. Okay, didn't work. Mongoose.net connection. Let's See if Stack Overflow has something for us. Mongoose connection on connection socket event is saying equals mongoose. Before this, wait. Connection is equal to, okay, was it a wait? Let me remove the wait. Ah, yes, that was the culprit. Let's move this back to connected. All right, let's just quickly see what exactly was the issue here. Connection socket event will call using mongoose, and before this, remove await from const. Okay, and as they haven't suggested using await with this, this doesn't return a promise. Yeah, it doesn't return a promise. Oh, no, it returns a promise. So what we can do is, actually we don't need to await this anyway, so we don't need to bother about this. The connection, it happens in the background, and let's just not worry about this. Right now our connection events are working, so that's pretty much enough for us. So now what I can do is, let's just define our models, and let me just change these logs to what it goes lowercase, because the logger is entirely lowercase and this is looking really, really ugly. Connection successful. MongoDB. MongoDB connection error. DB disconnected. DB reconnected. So these things, I think they had event. How do I put this? Information regarding these particular events. For example, instead of just this thing, it had something like a reason or something. Can't really remember, but you could always add this in. Check this if this exists, and if it is available, log it as well, because it will be always more helpful than rather than just a MongoDB disconnected and MongoDB reconnected error. All right. So now back to user model. Let me export user.model using syntax. Now let's see how we can define the schemas. Let me just copy this schema, and I will take one more thing, schema types, schema. And in our case, what we'll be doing is we'll just keep this simple. We have a name, then email, a password, and what else do we need for a library management system? We decided not to use a user role, so initially it will just be this name, email, and a password. That's all. So ID will be automatically added by MongoDB. We don't need to worry about adding it in the schema. Now what I'll do is const user is equal to mongoose.model use that schema export default.user. This is the general syntax which we use to define a user model. And one thing, if we are using like Pascal case in our database, so let's say how do I put this? Not Pascal case. If you're using snake case, so snake case is basically the case which you use like this. For example, if you have something like this, user role. Okay. Now how do I put this? Uh, okay, let me add in mobile number. So it's just one more field. It won't add any more complication to this. Mobile number and string. Imagine that our schema was defined like this. For example, we have this particular case. If you take MongoDB, the default timestamps of MongoDB will be defined in Pascal case. So if I were to quickly show you, say, I'm not sure what this collection was. Okay. But anyways, this has a document and you can see created that, updated that. This is in Pascal case. So if you were to use a mixture of snake case and Pascal case, it's not something which looks really good. Okay. So what you can do is basically you can override and you can tell use snake case in this particular timestamps. So what you can do is, let me see, I can't really remember the code for that. So let me just quickly get that from somewhere as well. Yeah, oh this. So now this. In my side, I can't really remember what this was. Let me just remove this. So no point in keeping anything which I don't remember. But these two keys, version keys and timestamps. So obviously timestamp, what it does is it basically tells created that and it has this in this particular case. And version key is basically something like this. So in MongoDB documents, basically, I'm not sure you might have seen, there is this particular field which comes as, I'm not sure, it's VOV1, something like this or similar to this. Anyways, this indicates a document version. So if a document is updated, this version will be incremented automatically. So it's a way of tracking like changes to documents in a MongoDB database. So this thing, if we do not need versioning of our documents, basically we can tell it to switch it off, which we have done over here. Okay, basically we have told do not add in versioning. I'm not really sure whether versioning was enabled by default, but this is what the key does. We disable versioning. And one more thing, so if you need a more detailed log of a MongoDB database, you can there's something called auditing in Mongo. This auditing is not available in the MongoDB community edition. For example, I can't demonstrate it to you in this, but if you're using a paid version or if you're using Atlas, then basically it offers the feature of database auditing. So in that case, everything which happens in a database, every document update and whatever the change, it will be recorded. And you can use it as a means of analysis if something goes wrong. And we're done with this. And what else? What's the syntax correct? It's one object and a command another object. Let me see. Yeah. Just move this, and here we go. So these things I completely forgot. Let me make these as required fields because type is string and type is required. I don't think I'll need schema types for this because these strings they're available by default. Type string true and required same thing. And this one I'm going to keep it as this because mobile number is not actually required field. See, I'm not really sure if you have time to implement email verification, but if you're doing this, we need another field called verification code. It's pretty much the OTP or whatever the code which will be sent to your email, and then basically you store it in the database. I'll explain it in a while we are working on the authentication. But for now, just keep in mind we need to store a verification code in our database if you're working with something like this, or if you're working with passwordless authentication. Okay. Okay. Use the schema, and I think we should be good. And let's see. By now, I think this collection should have been created. Let me refresh this. Okay, still not created. What is it first? And this. Okay. Da, 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 da. Now let's say, okay, we have a model defined, and what we can do now is we can actually create the database access layer. We can actually start coding that. So what we do now is in our repository layer, first of all, we'll be importing the model which we just defined. It's a model, and over here, let's put const add user. This will be taking in a user object, and it will be simple as say return user.create user. So one more thing, get user. Let me just let Copilot do this work for me. It's nothing much here. Get users, users that find, get user. Say, okay, it's not suggesting this one. User that find by ID and update. Delete user by ID and delete. Okay. So these are the basic CRUD operations which you need at the database level. But these things, so remember that I told you these are the basic ones, but there are a few, how do I call this, edge cases which we might need to consider. So now, these are not exactly edge cases. These are more like optimizations which you can implement where it will greatly speed up your database access queries. So first thing, even though we are using Mongoose over here, we actually don't have much of recent use mongoose other than example if you're using some sort of default value or something like this. For example, even though we are using this ORM mongoose, we are not exactly using some of the mongoose specific features which actually stands out. So we could get the same thing done even by using the MongoDB client of Node. Okay. So the reason why you're using mongoose is that if we need something which is specific to it, but right now we don't need it. And one thing which happens when you use mongoose is that every database query, for example, the result of this, for example, the result of user.find by ID, it is not the exact JSON document which you have in your database. For example, if you're searching for a user by your ID, the return value of this, it's not a JSON document. It is a mongoose object, and that mongoose object, I'm not really sure. I'll try and show this. Let me just first of all explain what I was saying. The mongoose object is like quite a heavy object, so it's really huge. And if you work with that huge object, first thing is that this database query, it will take quite a lot of time because first of all it needs to access the MongoDB database, and then it needs to access the data, and around that data it basically constructs the MongoDB object, basically like a wrapper. So constructing that wrapper, it probably takes a lot of time, which is why using this particular piece of code on its own will be a little bit time consuming. So what we can do is basically just this thing called lean, and what it will do is it will basically tell that I don't need the mongoose specific wrapper, I don't need the mongoose specific functionality into this. Okay, I just need the exact data as it is in the MongoDB database. So I can basically say that clean my object, I just basically give me a clean version of the document. So this query, so they have specified in the MongoDB, if this is specified in the documentation itself. Let me see if I can find it. Clean. They had I don't know, some sort of benchmarking in this. Can't really remember where it was, but the idea is that when you use lean, your query will be like at least around 2 to 3 times faster. So if you're like retrieving, let's say like 10,000, 20,000 documents at one go, and if you were to use this, if you were to like extract the MongoDB object itself, the wrapper itself, it'll be quite it will be a quite heavy process, and it is a unnecessary process because even though we let it be, we are not actually using it, we don't actually need it. So by what I mean the MongoDB object, the MongoDB, the wrapper functions is something like this. So example, if you take a MongoDB like a result, so let's say do something like this, const user equal to it right here, and I'll show you what I mean. And there's a general syntax user dot, let's say I need to modify the name of this user dot name. So let's say Akalanka. What I can do is this object, it has a function called save. At least this is what I remember it. Can't really remember. I haven't used this syntax in quite a while, but this save function, it is provided by Mongoose. It is not something which is specific to MongoDB. So creating these wrapper functions, it takes time. That's what I'm saying. So if we don't need this, we can actually just omit it easily. It is the function. Since I use lean, you can see that. So right now, if I put dot, you can see there's a whole bunch of functions over here. It's quite a heavy object, but as soon as I add in lean, I put in a dot here, simple JSON document. Okay, so this query will be much faster than what it would be normally. That's one. And what else do we have? Lean. So this lean query, we can apply it to almost anything other than create. So let me add in lean over here to update this as well, since this will return an updated document. And the delete user, it has it, but I'm not sure whether it will be useful or not. Let's just add it in because it's there in there. Again, let me CRUD is done. And the next thing, let me like quickly integrate with the API, and let's see, add user controller, and then let me add in the functions, import user, get users, update user, blah blah blah. The imports are correct, right? It suggested me the correct ones. What I'll do is basically export the basic service logic. So right now there won't be much of a logic here. It will just be taking the response from the, how do I say this? It will be taking the request from the controller, and then basically it will be forwarding it to the repository layer. There's not much of a logic to be covered right now, but in the case that it comes in the future, it is pretty much very abstract in this, like I told before. Okay, not this, not what I need. Add user and const get user, users, get user, user. All right. Now this is one level where we might need tracing. Okay. So if I am to import that library, paste, I do now is basically trapping all of this in my traced decorator. Basically, this will take care of logging everything which happens in the function. For example, it will tell me like get users execution initiated, get users execution completed. And if an error happens inside that, it will show me that error as well. It will log that error and it will tell me. So the idea is that I know like this exception happened inside here. Okay, what else do we have? Now users.post, and I don't think we'll need create error here. Controller const user equal to await add user set body, and let me just change the response user added successfully, and for the data we'll be passing the user. And let me see what else do we need. Users.get, Okay, let me import all of these, otherwise users, update user, delete user. Now wait users and anything function. So now is return response, rest data users and message users retrieved. Now this is a get ID. Now Copilot should be able to suggest this. Read successfully. User blah blah blah. User updated successfully. Here we go. Now we have 5 different endpoints, and this should be basically enough for us to get started. Okay. Now let's see what is the error which this guy is screaming about. Bubble pass error. Okay, add user has already been declared. Oh my bad. I can't basically use this one since we are using the same functions over here. No? So one thing is that let me just rename this. Let me see whether do we rename this. So okay, let me just pull as repository. We could either rename those functions, or otherwise we could basically aggregate them all as one, and then basically use this syntax to two ways which you can do it. Now let's see, the error should hopefully be gone. Okay, it's still there. What is it screaming about now? Module not found. src modules users API service.js. Okay. Service.js is existing now. Let me see. Let me clear the logs first of all. You see? Okay. Modules. Module not found. Expressway sourcing module service.js. Controller.js. We have response. We have add user, get user, repository, delete user. Cannot find module repository. Oh, my bad. Repository was a few levels upwards. Actually, we have it over here. It's not inside our API directory. All right. Now let's see if let me just add in a new user. Try adding a new user. In JSON. See, and this is something which can be quite fun if you didn't know about this. There is a bunch of random variables which you can actually generate from inside Postman itself. So let me see. Yeah, there should be something called random first name or something. Random first name. Let me see if I have a random full name. Random full name. This one is good. And password, use random password. Sure, the random password is here, but then password. Okay. And other one, what was it? Email. Yeah. random email. Okay. Now, see if a request to this endpoint works. Unexpected token D in position 15. Okay, let's see what is the response which has been passed. Request which has been passed. Oh, my bad. This needs being used in inverted commas. It's not smart enough on its edit. Okay, let's try now. User added successfully. Let's see if something called Expressway got created, and here we go. We have a user, and then we have a bunch of mock information. So now, if we take a look at our logs, you can see that okay, this was the previous error. Add user control execution initiated, add user execution initiated, blah blah blah. So let me just I'll actually rename this because actually since these are being named, since these are named functions, actually having different names for these functions, it will actually help identify them in the logs. Add user and repo get user, users, repo update user. This. Yeah. And let me change the function names here. Add user, repo get user. Rather, let me just, rather than using repo, it looks a little bit ugly. So retrieve users, retrieve, make this a little bit more meaningful. Retrieve user by ID. Then save user. Update user by ID. Update user by ID. These names are they're different. User, get user, retrieve users. User by ID and save user. And let's change this as well. Add user. Okay. You could actually change this as well. Add user to maybe like service add user or something like that. But let's just keep this for now. The next thing is that I forgot to mention this. I forgot to actually add this in. We are tracing to this level as well. Like I told you, don't use this if you don't need it because it is adding a little bit of a heavy work process to the application behind the scenes. But to show you the full power of this, let me just add this in. All right, what does it say now? Unexpected token. Let me see if I missed something. No, it's working. All right. Add user control execution initiated. Add user execution initiated. Save user execution initiated. Add user execution completed. Add user execution. Add user control execution completed. Okay. You can see that all of these they have been logged, and basically the execution times are being logged. Like this particular function took this particular amount of time to execute. Okay. Can be quite helpful when debugging. There's one more thing. If you actually don't need the logs, there's a process, can't really remember the variable. Just disable function tracing or something. equal to 1. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there you go. The logs, they got disabled. So if you need to disable it, you could use this approach, but by default it is enabled. Now we have the basic CRUD, but let's now just decorate this with some of the things you could actually add into spice this up a little bit. So now remember that I told you that we'll be adding request validation to this, right? So that we'll be doing through Joy, and with Joy we'll be using something called Celebrate. So Celebrate is something, basically it's a middleware, and what the middleware will be doing is it'll match something of a request. It'll match part of a request which is Joy schema which we provide. So it's something like this. So first off, let me define the Joy schemas. Import Joy from Celebrate, add user schema, and over here it's joy.object, and I don't need keys. Name is obviously required. Name is anything, and mobile number, it was optional. Usually in the case of password, you'll be adding like a bit more security to this password, like this much of characters should need to be there, this much of like special characters might need to be there, different password validations. You can actually do it using this by adding in a regex match, but right now how does it this right now, let's just keep this simple. Okay, so now we have add user schema, and then let me add in an update user schema as well. So imagine that after you register yourself, then you can't update your email. So in that case, we do not allow an email to be updated. Okay. So what we can do is we can just allow the name to be updated. Along with the name, we can allow the let's say, okay, suggested email, but I need the mobile number. So even the password, like we can get it updated. We did a okay. So now password, let me think. I'm thinking whether yeah, actually password will be updating it through a separate change password endpoint. So we won't be going through this. So right now, let's just keep this as this. But now let me just quickly incorporate the schemas which I defined. And let me just actually connect these to the API endpoints. What I can do now is celebrate. And here we go. Let me just order my imports. This is something which again is something of my preference. Just get the imports from third-party libraries to the top, and whatever the imports from your internal imports, just move it towards the bottom. Now celebrate, and let me see what was the syntax. So on this, it was segments or something. Segments dot. Okay, let me just reach for the docs. Can't remember. 10 p.m. Okay. Segments.body. Now is be passing this, and I'll be validating this against the requested body. Not requested body, I'll be validating this against the add user schema. Okay. Basically, what we'll be doing is it will be taking the request body and it will be checking it against the add user schema which we defined. And now let me just quickly add this into update schema as well, because then we're done with it. Here we go. Update user. I think I forgot to use schema. Oh, we should be good. Now watch this. If I delete something, let's say I delete this name, let me just minimize this. You can see that there's a message, validation failed. And if I check my logs, let me see. there's a big error. Okay, so idea is that this the validation is done, like request is being validated now, but there's still one more problem. It's showing me validation failed. It doesn't tell me exactly what failed. So without that, it's not really of much use. So now what I can do is this error, it's handled by this default error handler. So whatever the errors which are being thrown over here, it actually, like I told, it reaches over here. So since I logged this error over here, this is pretty much what is being logged. So now this error has something called, okay, this has details. See what error.details has to offer. And here we go. So this is a map, and now inside this we have body, and okay, so now what I can do is, since this is a map, should be able to get the entries of this dot this. Sure, but let's see if this works, whether this or object dot entry is either one of these. Okay, it's a function, and here we go. And now this has entries, and actually let me use values. Don't need the entry itself. Okay, now what I can do is dot, okay, this is an iterator. Pull up on values one more time. I'm not sure that will work, but okay, it's not a function. 0. Okay, what was that again? Was an iterator, and let's actually log the type of this. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's an object of this. Map iterator, and okay, let me just then, so let me check this. If my error is a celebrate error, I forgot that. My error is, there's this function which is provided by celebrate named isCelebrate, this particular one. And what we'll basically check is that this error is originated by celebrate. And if this is a celebrate error, I can basically add in a logic which will extract the error details from that error, and it will basically send a response back to me. So now we have this celebrate error. From what I remember, I think I'll need to iterate through this. So for in error.details.values. Okay, let me see. I just need the first entry of this error because I don't need everything of this. I just need to tell the user what exactly failed, and the first thing where it failed, it should be more than enough. So now let me, first of all, before returning this, let me see what this actually returns me. That actually what I need. E. Okay, it is not a celebrated. That is weird. should technically be a celebrate error. Okay, it returned true for E in off. It is. Still starting. Just give it some time. Okay. E is not defined. My bad. Const. Okay. Now what is this? Error details. Let me see if I can get something like error message, or rather, if not, I'll have to access it using the details. Yeah, here we go. E.message. What I can do is message. Yes, if we make a request, you can see that we exactly got where the error occurred. So since I didn't pass in the name, it tells me the name is required. Let me just undo that, and let me just maybe like omit the email this time. Says email is required. And the email as well, let me just make it email. I think, okay, it is already email. So let me just pass in something else which is not an email. See what it says. Email must be a valid email. Huh? So validation process is done with this. So this is good. And now, what else do we have left? Okay, now let me see. Let me add in the other few requests as well. Add user is fine enough. Then get users. ID request and request as well. And this one will be delete user. And with this one, we'll be passing a payload. These don't actually require a payload, so let me just set them to none. Get users doesn't need one, and this one doesn't need one. And update user. This. Okay. Delete will be delete. I think I added the wrong one. And this one, it will be actually patch. Okay, this is patch. And over here, I think this one should be patch as well. That's one mistake which I did. So there's a big difference between patch and put. And patch is basically used if you're modifying a resource, and put is basically used if, let me see, I think I forgot it. Wait, I forgot the difference between patch and put. Let me see. Yes. It's used when you, it's not when you modify a certain part of the resource, it's used when you modify the entire resource itself. Okay, so in our case, we are not modifying the entire resource, we are just modifying a few fields of our resource. So in our case, we just allow modifications to name and mobile number, not the entire object. So in that case, the correct, the most accurate method will be patch, not put. Okay, now validation is done. Let's see if the other endpoints are working properly. Users retrieved successfully. Okay, it sent me a message, but it sent me the bunch of users. Let's see what's wrong. Return traced retrieve users. User.find lean. Okay. What's wrong with this? My bad. It's not there. We delete it. Don't think we need this actually now. Okay. Here we go. Get is working fine, and let me see get user by ID, and here we go. Message. Not really sure why the order is messed up. Usually data comes on the top and message comes at the bottom. Was it because of the order which because of the order? With this, otherwise it's a little bit difficult to read. Okay, should be good. Now, next thing which I need to cover is data filtering. So if you're working with an HTTP endpoint, so in this case, again, I won't say that this will be applicable for this particular endpoint, but imagine that this get all users endpoint, you're consuming it from your front end application, and then maybe you have a bunch of filters which you can apply at the place where you are checking the users who are registered in the system. So maybe you want to search a user whose name matches a certain value, or maybe you want to search a user whose email starts with let's say ABC. So there can be instances, right? So in that case, usually what we do is usually like we pass the filters, maybe like in a body, or maybe like we define a separate endpoint for the filtering itself, and that is basically, from my understanding, it's actually unnecessary. So it's not. So if we have a get all users endpoint, we should have the ability to actually request the filtered data from that endpoint itself. So if you are working with filtering, we do not need to implement multiple endpoints for the purpose of filtering. Okay. So if you it'll work, no harm in that, but it's actually unnecessary. So why actually define, let's say, a dozen endpoints if we can get it done with just one endpoint? Yeah. So the idea is something like this. So data filtering. So this concept is something which I have picked up while working with Laravel, but it can be applied with Node.js itself. So I'm not sure, but we have a way of passing filters in query. So not really sure if this is a standard in Node.js, but it is in Laravel. But you can say that it will work without any harm and it will work pretty fine. So users, and what I'm going to say is that I need my users, and let's say right now in this case, I don't have much of data to be filtered, but imagine that I want to filter. Okay, never mind. Let me just duplicate a record and add someone with the same name. Okay, what does it say? Duplicate error key. Okay, I'll just add something here, and then here we go. So now there are two users with the same name, and basically I need to be able to filter out the users with this particular name. So that is pretty much what I need. So now if I pass in something like this, filter name equal to color, and this should ideally, it should filter me all of the users which match the name $stable. Okay. So how can we implement this? So if you take this, and if I find the same request, and if I log the request query, so log this out, you can see it returned me an object, and basically the filter, it is an object of its own. So basically if I add something like this, First of all, I really log the requested query, right? What if I log this requested query and that filter dot name? I could do this. And if I again do this, if I again make a request, you can see that I can successfully access the name over here. So what if, since this is basically automatically coming as an object of its own, and if you're familiar with how Mongoose allows us to do filtering, if we pass this object entirely as it is into Mongoose the find method, it will take care of the filtering for me. So the only thing which I need to do here is this. I pass the request.query.filter here, request.query.filter, and I don't pass the name over here because there can be multiple other filters which I need to apply. But right now, request.query.filter and get users, I would say filters, pass the filters into the database layer. Here, filters, and if there are no filters, I just add in a default value of an empty object to prevent any errors from happening. So now let's see if this works. It worked. So right now, it's just returning me 2 records, and the 2 records are matching Dala, whatever that name is. Okay. So if I remove this filter, I can just uncheck this. You can see that I got all of the users back again. Okay. So we have fully fledged filtering mechanism right over here. So this can be extended to any form of, like, you can basically filter out any attribute using this technique. But there's one catch. What if, like, you need to implement a little bit of more advanced filtering? So right now, it basically it matches equality filters. So right now it is checking whether the name is equal to this. Okay. But what if you need to, like, maybe match something like regex, or maybe like if you have a field which contains a number, maybe you need to, like, filter out the records which maybe has something greater than this particular amount or less than this particular amount. Okay. So in that case, this default process which we just use, it won't work. For example, request.query.filter, like, we need to have a way of passing the exact filtering process which you need. Like, we need to exactly tell what we need filtered and what type of filtering to apply. So in this case, what if we do something like this? Filter name is equal to regex reg, and let's say I say, what are the common things here? ER. Okay, everything has ER. Okay, let me just type in Gale because I have Gale anyways over here. But if I do something like this, now first thing, if I execute this as it is, it won't return me records, because right now if I show you the result of the requested query.filter, can see that it comes as this, and this particular syntax Mongoose doesn't understand this. So if we are to feed this into Mongoose, we need to be able to convert this into the syntax which Mongoose understands. So that process you can actually do it manually. Like, it's quite easy. You just check what is the prefix which you pass in the filter. If it is reg, you can see it as regexp, and you can convert into the regexp syntax which Mongoose prefers. Okay. So if it is something like greater than filter, you just basically use gt and basically the amount which you need to filter by. So this is the next level, the advanced level of filtering which we can use. So to use this, basically we need to have a process to map the query parameters, the request query, to Mongoose filters. Okay, the syntax which is supported by Mongoose. So to do this, we have another library, okay, which is again developed by first. And let me just quickly install this. Mongoose filter query. I've seen this, like, these were released, like, we are usually releasing these week by week, and I think these have already been released. So now what I can do is, this is a middleware. Okay. So this middleware, what I can do is, I'll first of all import this, import filter query from @slate first. Post filter query. Okay. And what I need to do is I just need to pass this in right before I access my basic get request controller. So now let's see what this basically logs out. Okay, so this thing, let's see, name is greater than 0 and sort blah blah blah. This thing I'm not sure why this didn't work, but let me just add in the regex we had previously. I think it must be a bug. There we go. So if I show this, basically this syntax, it got converted into the syntax which is supported by Mongoose, which is this. So basically this is what Mongoose expects if we are to filter by using regex. So this process, it happens for any type of filtering. So let me just quickly show you the library which is being used. Let me see. Okay, so this has documentation. So everything, all of the filters which you can use are documented over here. So let me just quickly explain them quickly. So this is equality filter. So this is one way of specifying equality filters, but if you need it, you can specify it without EQ itself. Very much possible. But from here starts the fun stuff. This is for not equality. This is for regex. This is for greater than or equal, less than or equal. Array filtering. For example, if a role needs to be, it should be either of staff or manager. Then again, array filtering with not in. For example, role should be not either a staff or a manager. Then existing filtering. For example, if the field attribute exists in the document. If the phone attributes, it doesn't exist in the document. These two. And over here we have a few more advanced filters, like if you need to chain like add or operations. For example, let's say the first name is equal to John or Eric or Kent. Okay, like if the username matches John, if it is equal to John or equal to Eric, or if it starts with, or if it is matching a regex, it is matching Kent. Okay, so this is for O and this is for N. So this is one way of actually enhancing the filter support of your API endpoint. So now let me just get back, and filtering is done. And the next thing is sorting it. So similar to like data filtering, usually like if you're displaying the data in maybe like a table, let's say using a table to display the list of users who are in the system. So usually like in a table, if you click on a header, you usually have the ability to like sort the results by whatever the header you clicked. So let's say that you maybe like sort, maybe imagine that it has something like an age, and you clicked on the age column, and basically you expect the API results to be sorted by the age. So to do that, we can again use the same endpoint, and we just need to do a little bit of modifications to this. Similar to parsing the queries like this, what we can do is and put in sort, and what we do is we pass in the field, and let me just add in name over here, and over here just type in the direction where we need it sorted, ascending or descending, or either 1 or 0. Both syntaxes are supported. And let's see ASC. Let me just remove the filter because otherwise that's nothing to filter by. But here we go. Okay, it didn't get sorted, I guess. Yeah, forgot to pass in the sorts. Similar, like we passed in the request.query filter. So what we can do is request.query sort. And straight away pass this, and again sorts, and we access it over here. Here we go. Now let's see if this works. Okay, what was that? This sorts, my bad. Okay, you can see D, D, G, and I. So it's basically sorted in ascending order. And if I add in DSC, you can see that it switched the other way around. So this we have now filtering and we have now sorting. So basically major part of the endpoint is done. So this is like highly customizable endpoint which you can use, and it has everything which you might need. And one more thing, if you need to like restrict by what you need to be sorted, for example, let's say like filtering, if you need to restrict like do not allow this particular type of filter or do not allow this particular type of sort, the only thing which you need to do is just add in another schema, and we need a schema for a query, and inside that what we can do is export filter object. We haven't seen this before. Yes, requested query filter to be a joy.object, and here we go, name, and that's pretty much it. We just allow filtering by the name. Okay, and this filter we just need to feed this into celebrate. Actually do this before passing the request query, because if you're not allowed to do it, then there's no actually point in passing it. Celebrate and filter schema query. Okay, so actually instead of like writing this filter schema, we could like make this get all users query schema, because the reason is like you might need to pass in different query parameters other than this filtering, sorting, and other things. So in this case, like to make it extensible, we could just rename this as this, because just in case if you do need to do this, we just need to add in like another property over here, only limited to just filters. Get users query schema. Now let's see. Okay, sort is not allowed. Obviously, I need to add sorting as well. Object and optional. Okay, so that name is not allowed. Okay, here we go. Now, if I add in filter.name, let's say filter.name is working fine, but if I try to filter by something like an email, it will pretty much scream filter.email is not allowed. Okay, so this is one technique which you can use to limit the access to that endpoint to increase security. Okay, now what we can do? What else do we have? Let me just get rid of this because it's not needed for our case, but just good to know that something like that is possible. Requested query, requested filter, and sorting. And now we're almost done, but we just have two more things, just not two more things, just we just have one more thing to add into this get all users endpoint, and then pretty much it will be a fully fledged endpoint. Okay, then okay, so next thing is basically pagination. So again, I'll take the same example. You have a front-end application. There is a page where you're viewing a bunch of users, and the users are displayed in a table. And the table, it has, maybe let's say it has a pagination widget. So initially you'll be displaying like 10, 20 records, and then maybe you press on a next page a next page button or something like that. And after that, the next 20 records, they get fetched from the database. So if you were to fetch like thousands of records, and if you need to fetch it, like if you need to display them, obviously we need something called pagination, because we won't be, it's not a good idea to like retrieve a lot of data like that at one single instance. Okay, so to implement pagination, again, no need to add in a separate endpoint. We could do this inside the same endpoint. So usually how pagination works is we specify the page which we need, and we specify the size of that page. So we usually pass that in the query itself, and we just filter this out, not comment this out, but I'll just keep this out. But over here, there will be something called page, and there'll be something called limit. So this is the usual convention which we follow. So imagine that the limit over here is around, so what this is saying that for each page, return me 20 records. Right now we are requesting the first page. So this is the usual way. So now what I can do is, obviously I'll need to access the page and the limit over here, request.query page and request.query.limit and page and limit and limit. Now what I can do basically here is that I can check if page limit is existing. Page is here and limit is here. So if I have provided a page a limit, I can assume that it is a paginated request which I'm requesting for, a paginated response which I'm requesting for. So in this case, inside this if block, I basically make the query to basically add pagination. Okay, but otherwise, I basically return the normal way which we return responses. So if I pass these two particular attributes, I'll be getting a paginated response. But if I don't pass anything, I'll be just getting a non-paginated response. So that is what we basically expect. So implementing pagination, so we could implement it like using the default features of Mongoose itself. It is very much possible, but through my, so while I worked with this, I have actually found another library. So there's something called Mongoose paginate, and this particular library, it's quite straightforward. And let me see, it's not that understate first. Okay, what was the library name? It is this. Basically, this library, it will basically make things easier for us rather than us implementing the pagination ourselves. So now, let me install this. So there are two versions of this actually, Mongoose Paginate v2 and there's something called Mongoose Aggregate Paginate v2. For example, if you need pagination with aggregation queries. So usually this won't work if you're using an aggregation query, but if you're using aggregation, then you can use Mongoose Aggregate Paginate as well. For now, we won't be needing aggregation here. So we'll be using this. So now let me quickly npm install dash paginate v2. And in the meanwhile, let me read the documentation. Let's see what they're asking for. We need to get this, and we need to add this into our model. Import Bruce paginate v2. Okay, and what else? Schema.plugin. Add a plugin to this, and this we use Mongoose paginate v2. Now what I can do is, since we came into plugins, there's one more thing which I forgot. Since we're using lean in our queries, like I told you, lean strips all of the functionality which is provided by Mongoose. But usually most in the case, if you are using a Mongoose model, we'll be defining these things like default values. Optional ones, not in these required fields, but imagine that there was a field which is optional, and maybe like we say that if the user doesn't provide this, take this as a default value. So in the case if we use lean, we will not be getting those default values with the query, because those default values are provided by Mongoose. So if you want to preserve the lean functionality as well, if you want to like thin the query, we're using the capability of lean, and we still want to preserve the default values, there's a plugin named Mongoose Lean Defaults, and basically we can add that in. Basically we can basically get around this particular problem. So let me just add that in as well, since I remember this. So everything which I mentioned over here, the almost we can be found in the documentation, in the Mongoose documentation itself. So just feel free to have a stroll through and detailed, what do you say, detailed read of how they work. So runtime. Let me install this. And here we go. Actually, we don't need lean defaults for this particular model because we don't have any default values, so no point. But if the default value, the need for default values arises, just make sure that this thing is available and to preserve the defaults. And the way you use it is instead of just calling lean by itself, you pass in this object. Okay, just give me a minute. Okay, let's get back to what we were discussing. And let's just finish this endpoint, and maybe after this, let's take another short break. All right. Mongoose paginate v2. And with this, let me start building server once again. Mongoose paginate v2. Let me see. Mongoose.model.paginate, blah, blah, blah. Can't really remember what this. Okay, query. Select collection sort project. Okay, what I can do is if there's a page and if there's a limit, return user.paginate, and this pretty much is. And there's one more thing, lean. See if this works. The properties are correct, I'm assuming. Page is there, limit is here, then lean was also here somewhere. The lean is here, and populate. Yeah, I don't think we'll be needing population for this, but we have basically what we need over here. Now let's see if this works. Here we go. So now instead of like the data, it previously returned an array, but right now it's returning an object. And inside this object, we have this docs, and inside this docs, we have the first 20 records which you requested for. Okay. So since now we don't have 20 records, but we are getting everything over here, and you can see a little bit of analytics over here. So the total number of documents, the pages which you requested, the current page, blah, blah, blah. If there's a next page, if there's a previous page, all of that we have it. And the reason why I use this library instead of like implementing this using Mongoose by itself, by myself, is that all of these attributes which you see over here, these things, if we were to do it manually, we need to calculate this manually. So it's instead of like calculating this manually, it's very much easier if this someone does it for us. Okay, this which this library does. So now if I switch off the page and the limit, I'm getting the normal non-paginated response. Okay. And if I switch back the page and the limit, let me just quickly show you like how the pagination works. So right now, I think we have 4 records. Let me just limit it to 2. You can see that we just got 2 records over here. Okay, so pagination works. And right now we can see total docs is 2 and total pages increased to 2. So without this, when it was 20, the total pages was 1. Okay, so now we have pagination, and basically our get all users endpoint is you could say it's 100% complete. Okay, all right. So now I guess maybe let's have a small break and maybe rejoin at around 12:30. Quite sorry for taking this much of time, but it's essential if I need to cover everything. All right, bye bye. All right. Welcome back, and I'm back as well. Let's actually start where we left off. All right. So first off, let me actually add this into the source control. I actually forgot to commit these things. So what actually did we make? We added the user module, and then yeah, let's just say that we added the user module and then commit it. So -m and add the user module. And let's see if yes lint, I think it will still screen mostly. Okay, now I guess auth controller, blah blah blah. Okay, this one is actually valid error. Async function has no wait expression. So let's fix this. Just as it says no console, I can just ignore that. And these are pretty much, I think these will be fixed as soon as we implement the other modules. So now let me just type this dash verify. And push this back. All right, with this, I think majority of our part is done. And what we can now do is use module classes are done. Let me just quickly recall, like if we have anything else to implement, use some model. I think create one is done. Get all is fully done. Get by ID is also done. Touch one is also, I'm pretty sure it will be done. I didn't test this, and pretty sure that delete will work as well because it's just pretty straightforward. Okay, they should be good. So now what we can do is we can just copy paste the entire thing, and then we could actually implement the same thing for books. Okay. So actually, I think I forgot one thing when I added this to the user model. It's something called books, and this book will basically, it will be a reference checked ID and ref book. So this should be enough right now on its own. So ideally what we'll be doing is, and as a user makes a booking, we'll be adding it to the list of the books which he has booked. Okay. And let's see, not really sure whether this is, let me think of the database schema, like whether this is the exact, is a good, this is a good approach. So users will have a list of books, and the books, yeah, should be good enough. So once a booking is done, we basically bind the book to the user, and then at the same time we can maybe like implement a lock on the book saying that this is already booked. Okay. And once a book is returned, I'm not sure if they'll implement the return functionality. I was planning to skip it. I was planning to actually skip it and just implement the booking feature. But ideally, once a book has been returned, the lock will be removed from the book, and the array of books which the user has, it will be again updated, and the book will be removed from that array. So it should be good enough. So now let me copy paste the entire thing, because the flow of this is pretty much the same, just a bunch of CRUD operations, and we should have books over here. Let's actually delete this, and here we go. So now instead of user.model, first things first, book model. Controller, let me change this into users to books. It's the find all and replace. It's see match case, match hold word. I'm going to replace the entire thing. Then update user to the book. What else do we have? I don't need match hold word. Okay, express, stress testing handler, filter query. One more thing, it'll look much nicer if we import it as this, because it looks like the odd one out of the list, since it was quite in the middle and it was not being imported as a destructured property. This one looks nice. So let me just actually add this into this as well. It's pretty much the same thing. Import default is pretty much what gets imported as soon as you import it like this without any destruction. And book model, user.schema. Again, let me just replace by book. And book. What else? Could have a book name and maybe like an author. And how do I put this? What else do we need? A book and maybe like is booked. Initially, it will be false. This I don't think we'll need this. I think our book schema should be good. Okay, now I think I replaced all of the. Oh, there's one more left. Book. Controller, book, and books, and I think everything should be good at this particular place. Now, schema, I'll do the same. User and replace it with book. And add book schema, it will be, I'll be adding an author. And I need this, and pretty much this is it. Maybe I'll add a is locked also. I don't think I'll need to is locked over here. Okay, now schema is done. Back to this, add book, then retrieve book. What else do we have? Okay, should be good. Entire thing is book. This is done as well. And all right. Actually, we don't need to do this. We have already exported it through the URL file. Use model. One as export default as book. Here the previous syntax which we had over there, it was incorrect. So you could have pretty much seen like as soon as I clicked on the repository, if I press on control and click, and if I click on book, it didn't actually redirect me to my original book model, which means there's something wrong with the import. And what was basically wrong was this. So you're trying to export everything from user.model, but actually what we just need here is to like to export the default export of book, and you need to export this as book. Okay, so we just need the default export. We need to extract the default export of this and then expose it to the outside. And again, you might wonder that since right now we just have one model here. Okay? So even while we are having one model, why are we actually bothering to use something like a barrel file over here to export this instead of like directly using it other than really define the model in the barrel file. Okay, so the reason is module. So if it is a module, if it is like a complex module, there can be certain instances where you might have different models within the same module file. For example, we are inside the book module, and inside the book module we are inside the book API, but there can be certain instances like you might need to break the model into different parts. So in that case, having like different model files, that will be much cleaner and it will be much easier to export them through one file, which is the index.js file. So that is why the index.js file is there pretty much. Okay. Now I think this should work. If I click on control click, it still doesn't redirect me, but it still should work. I'm pretty sure it will work. Export default as book. Maybe be imported as a destructured property. Same over here. It works. All right. So now let me see. Replace all of the users with books. Let's see if this works. Let me add this in. We have books and let me see. Okay. All right. So let me just duplicate this entire collection. Now rename it books and add book. Get books. By ID. Get book. Much books. Quickly go on and save this one by one. And here. Right. So now if I maybe let's try another book. Okay, resource which you requested for does not exist in the server. My bad, this should be books. Okay, author is required. And random, same thing. Name, and let's see if there's a random book name by any chance. Boolean BH catchphrase noun. Let's see. It's a book. A book name is there. And let's see something maybe now. I don't know. Let me just add in a random now. Okay. I'll try saving this, and here we go. Data is false, and we got our book added successfully. Okay. Let me add in a few more books. Let me just add in like 10-20 times. And if I click on get books now, should be getting this, and pagination works. And pagination also works. And if I maybe like filter it by author, here we go. So our filtering also works. So I guess our book card is pretty much done as well. So now let me just add this as well. Connect this. Added book module. And once this is done, let me actually work on fine-tuning a few things in the user module. I actually forgot it. First things first, we need to encrypt the password which is saved. This password, this is being currently saved as plain text. Okay. So right now, what you can do is there's this library called bcrypt, and that's pretty much what we use normally for hashing passwords. So what we'll be doing is once a request comes in to save a particular user, we'll be actually checking whether the password is already hashed, and if it is not hashed, we'll be hashing it and saving it. Okay. So this thing, let me quickly add bcrypt. Bcrypt or bcrypt.js. I think bcrypt.js was the one. All right. Let me install bcrypt.js and npm install. Yes. And for Backend.js to work, I guess we need, let's see. Okay, so now with this, ideally, once you're saving user, right now, when it is being saved, at this point, we need to hash the password. And the other one is that if a user is being updated, let me see whether, no, we didn't have the update feature, no? Update password feature right here. So in this case, we don't need to worry about this. So not a problem. But let's just add the encryption over here. So let me just add in a new helper file. And the reason why I'm writing this in a helper is that the encryption logic, it should happen like it'll be reused. For example, it will be used once I'm creating a user. It'll actually be used once I'm changing my password, which will happen in the auth service, which is yet to be implemented. So there'll be two of them, and for it to be reused, we'll be adding it in helper function. So now, index.js hash.js, and over here we can do is let me import decrypt. Actually, this thing I can move this into util because it won't be unique to a particular API. Like there's very less chance of that happening. So let me just add this to utils. Yes, and let me delete this. Import decrypt. Yes. So export const hash password and this. Let's see. Okay, async. Not what I need. There's a one liner from what I remember. Okay, what happened to the one liner? Let me see what I usually use. And what is this? User helpers decrypt.hash. Okay, this is what it is. And why is it not available here? Let me say the library is different. Decrypt.js 2.4.3. Quite good. Hash sync hash s salt. Okay. And now let's just use it. What I'll be doing is password and done. Decrypt hash and pretty much this salt. The reason why I'm moving this into a util is that this salt value, it should be common. And if I'm to like actually call this using bcrypt itself, I'll need to specify the salt value 2 times. So instead of doing that, it's just better to keep this in one place and reuse the same thing. This can get a little bit complex if you're adding a few error handling logic as well, which in this case we won't need. So anyways, we have hash password function. Now what we can do is it's just simple as calling this, and it's this simple const user.password equal to await hash password. This again you ask the user.password. So as simple as this. Let's see if we can add a new user. Let me say add user. Here we go. Yeah, the password got hashed. You can see that this is hash password which we are getting right now. Okay, this is good enough. So now that part is done. So now what's left is we added the book model and then the book model was completed. Now let's actually move on to the authentication part. Thank you, Nisar. That actually got solved. All right. So authentication. So coming to authentication, we'll be implementing, let's see, the basic endpoints, like I told, login, register, and what else? The user module, for example, so even though I implemented the user module, it's what do you call this? It's specifically like just for references, but the usual process will be happening through registration, user registration. So let's just go with the flow. So we'll be implementing a login endpoint, and in this login endpoint, what we'll be doing is basically it will be taking the basic the fields which you need. So let me just copy paste this from here to here, and let me just name this login schema. And the login obviously we need an email and a password. So now let me just call upon celebrate. And let me actually just copy paste an entire controller. It's much easier. And let's rename this. Users change to auth. And auth, I'll just name this login and login schema. In this, all right, let's get rid of this. And add this. Let's rename this login. First login and login controller, and then blah blah blah. This then data, and let me just return the data. So this data will essentially will contain what do you call this? Access token and a refresh token. Both of the tokens will be provided in this data payload, which will be returning back to the client. And what else do we need? We have login, we have data. Let me implement the service. Copy paste the existing service. And let me add in login. Inside login, what I'll be simply doing is this. If first of all, I'll be checking if a user exists by the email which has been provided for me, and I'll be basically doing this get user by. I actually need to add in a new layer into this repository, new function into this repository, which is basically to retrieve a user by a bunch of specified filters. Retrieve user. I think this should be retrieve, not retrieved. Maybe I'll add in retrieve user by email. I can actually do this in one particular function, but pretty much it's a little bit cleaner if you name these functions like this. And you specifically know that this is going to retrieve the user by this particular email. So now consuming this particular function over here. And let me see, payload.email. First things, if user doesn't exist, what we're doing is we need to throw an error saying that this user doesn't exist. So to do that, we could use the library which I mentioned earlier, the create error function from HTTP errors, import create error from HTTP errors. So now what I can do is create error. So it's not actually user found. So usually if you enter an email which doesn't exist, the usual code which you get is 401, which means you are not authorized to log in. So we'll be doing the same. And right now we're saying invalid email. Just say invalid email because it's much more informative. Yeah, that should be enough. Return creator. Now next, if we do have a user, next thing we need to do is we need to compare the password. And right now, compare password, I think we'll need to use passport to actually get this particular feature working. But since we don't use passport, we'll have to do the comparison manually. So now what we can do is we can import decrypt. And let me see. Decrypt.compare, payload the password, and we compare it with the user of password. So if this returns true, it means that the password is valid, and if it doesn't, it means that there's something wrong. Valid password. Now, the next thing which we need to do is we basically need to construct JWT token, and then basically we need to return it back to the user. To do this, we add in another library named JSON Web Token. npm install JSON. Was it JSON Web Token? I think it's JSON Web Token. Install JSON Web Token. So now what I can do is just add in another util called JWT. Yes. And over here, import see JSON Web Token. Const JWT from JSON Web Token. Let's put this as well. All from JWT. And in this JWT, what we're doing is we'll be having two methods. We'll be having a, let me say, I can't really remember the two methods. We obviously be reading a sign method. So into the sign method, what we'll be doing is we'll be passing the use object, and with that use object, it will be returning me a newly signed token. Actually, we just need one function. Okay. Export const sign, and this will be passing the user. And for JWT to work, we'll need a JWT secret, which we'll need to define in our environment file. So over here, it's a secret. Obviously, we'll not be naming this as such, but for this tutorial, this should be fine enough. JWT secret. And so now what I can do is config. And from here, what I can do is I can basically create my signed token. Get the signed token. Let me see. What is the easiest way? Arteries SSH. Okay. Const signed. JW.sign, and the data will pretty much be user. I think it should be this. The secret will be using our config.jwt secret. And for an expiry, let's say maybe let's give it as 15 minutes. Let me see what the time period was now. Expires in 60 numerically, that is interpreted as a second count. Okay. Two days. 120 is equal to 620 milliseconds. So in this case, what I can do is 15 minutes is how many milliseconds? 15,000. I think. So this should ideally expire in 15 minutes. So now one part is done. We have the access token right now with us. Next part is constructing our refresh token. Okay. So the way we construct a refresh token is there are multiple ways, but one way which I prefer to use is this. So inside this refresh token, what I can basically do is I add in the access token. So whenever how do I say this? When the access token expires, what's gonna happen is basically you'll make a request using the refresh token, and from that request token, basically you can have the access token, and you decode the access token, and from there you get the user details and you check if it is valid, and then you basically issue a new access token or refresh token. Okay. And this expiry maybe let's give it like 24 hours. Expires in maybe like 1 day. Done. Access token, refresh token. Should be good. And let me actually recall why I prefer to use this as such. I think I forgot when we used this. Let me refer the old code. Might help me refresh my memory. What? Source utils GWT. Okay. Expire sign refresh token expiry. Blah blah blah. Okay, I think I left out a lot of things. Let me add them back in. Okay. First things first, sign is basically generate tokens. Okay. So generate tokens, what I'll be doing is, let me just delete this. I don't need this anymore. Basically, I'll be passing the user into the generate tokens function. And while I'm generating the token, I need to make sure that I don't expose the certain, maybe like the secret information regarding that user. I need to make sure I need to delete those before I actually encode them to the token. This is actually, if you have taken a JWT token and if you try to decode it, you can essentially see that it's just a basic for encoded string. So if you just if you get a JWT token and if you maybe like paste it into a website like jwt.io, you'll be able to exactly see what is the content of that token, which is a security risk. So because of that, we actually remove whatever we don't need from that token, which we do over here. And once that is done, we have signed the token, and once it is done, we have the access token, and then basically we get the refresh token. And the JWT secret, it's being accessed from the config. And there's one more thing which I missed out: refresh token expiry and access token expiry. So usually we do not hard code this. We actually again move this to environment variable. Need 30 days for this. Java string expire. Okay, 1 hour. Okay, it's okay. With this, generate token should be done. And verify is basically I'll be passing the token into this particular function. And usually once you verify a token, if a token is expired, it will usually throw an error. That's how it works. And in the case of a refresh token, what we'll be doing is we need to actually verify like whether the token is valid. So basically, like once the so let's say that we are trying to refresh a particular token. Okay, so if we are trying to refresh a particular token, we need to pass the access token. Okay, right? And we'll be actually validating whether the access token is actually generated by us, even though it is expired. We need to check if the access token is there actually. How do I explain this? I think I remembered by chose to encrypt the access token here as well. Let me quickly clean this up. Logger.error, and let me just include logger. Split first module logger. Create a new instance of the logger. Const logger is equal module logger JWT. So now this verify method will be taking a token and we'll be checking like that it has an optional variable, and what this optional variable will do is whether, obviously as the name suggests, we are ignoring the expiration period of the token. So this will be pretty much useful when we need to validate an expired token. So right now over here, if the method is, if you are trying to validate it while ignoring the expiry, JWT has the JSON Web Token library has a method called decode, and likewise it has a method called verify. The difference between these two methods is one will throw an error and the other one will not throw an error. That's the only difference. So if you are ignoring the expiry, we're using the method which doesn't throw the error. If we need the expiry included, we use the one which throws the error. Okay? And then we basically verify it, and we again pass in the secret. And if some error occurs, we basically log it, and if the error message is JWT expired, what I can do is create error, actually follow the good practices which I did while doing this. Constants, and this one has a bunch of tokens, a bunch of errors which are common to this particular file and the particular service file which I'm in. Now this will help us like keep the error codes in one particular place instead of like distributing them everywhere. Okay, so now basically what we need to do is we need to throw this particular error, token expired error, this particular one. So the only thing which I need to do is, let me just undo what I was trying to do. Import errors from instance. And here we go. So now if JWT token is expired, we are saying that the token specifically expired. Otherwise, we say that this token is invalid. Okay. So now let me just replace the error messages which I actually throwed over here with the ones which we just defined in the constants. from I think one. Okay. So now errors. But see what was it? Invalid email. The other one was invalid password. Don't need this. And I think I forgot to add this unverified user. We need to add a Boolean field into this user model. Is verified. And it is a Boolean. And the default will be false. All right. So what I can do is service. Let me see in the password. So now see this will work fine. And from here, what I need to do is first of all, I need to get my tokens. So now I can just call upon the generate token methods. Wait, generate tokens. And into this, I pass my use object. Once my tokens are there, what I can do is basically return my user, and then with the user, I just basically return my access token and my refresh token. See if this works. Don't need this save user, but hopefully it should work. dev. Okay, it doesn't work. It's throwing a big error. And does it say module logger.default is not a function? My bad. Good now. Still saying something. Joy is not defined. Oh. Put okay. Submit. That is done. And here we go. Now if I try to log in, let me just duplicate this. Auth. In this auth, let me just add in login. Delete the rest. And now I put this log slash login. See, the resource does not exist in the server. Okay. API v1 auth slash login. Name is not allowed. I just need my email and I just need my password. Legal argument string undefined. Okay. Let's see what is coming from bcrypt.js. Retrieve user by email execution completed. Let me just check. So Dr. user. Okay, it returned an empty array. I think I need to use a find one. But now they should hopefully throw an error. Cannot read properties of undefined reading invalid email. Okay, I'm in the wrong constants file. Should be here. Okay, still saying the same error. I'm inside utils. From here I'm exporting. I think I forgot to export the constants. Yeah, but still it's not actually okay. Should be throwing an error. Let's see what went wrong. Return create error. Yeah, basically we need to throw new create error, not return create error, because this is actually an error, and we throw them, not create them. Same over here. I think we already threw it over here. No need to worry about this, but right now this should be working fine. Yeah, should be good. 401 unauthorized and invalid email. So now let's add in an email which exists. Let me use this guy's email. Here we go. Invalid password. Okay, this is good. So now login. Let's just keep login for now, and let's actually work on the registration. Because first of all, to log in, we need to register, and obviously we haven't registered. We haven't made a registration feature still. Logged in successfully. Registered successfully. For this, to register, what do we need? Successful. Registration handler, blah blah blah. Register. Name, email, and basically a password. It's the schema. This, let me add in a new register function as well. And again, if this, I'll be throwing a new error saying, let me see, not this. User already exists. Check one. So what this is basically doing is I'm going to check whether a user already exists by the email which I'm trying to register with. And if a user exists, it means that I cannot register using the same email. And I'm basically throwing an error. So now what I can do is this check is pretty much completed. And if there's no user, I could basically go ahead with the registration process. And what I can simply do now is, what was that function name? Add user. Return user. Sync. It was add user, right? And the only things which you needed was the name, email, and maybe the mobile number as well. Should be good enough on its own. And ideally, the usual way is that if you're using, at the very beginning, I told that I'll be using email authentication, but I don't think we'll be having time for this because already it's quite late. So I was thinking of skipping the email part. So the ideally, what's the process is, as soon as I register over here, the default value which will be added to my user model over here, the is verified, it will be false, and at the point of registering, I'll be generating a verification code. It will be something like a UUID, and that UUID will be saved in the database. And as soon as it is saved in the database, I'll be getting that UUID, and pretty much I'll be passing it into an email function. So this email function, it can be using any type of email client. For example, I'll just quickly show you implementation which is already done. So it's something like this. You have a service, and basically this is registration. Okay, so we are checking whether the user exists, and if the user exists, pretty much we throw the same error which I threw earlier. And then what I'm doing is I'm basically generating a code which is a unique UUID, and that unique UUID I'll be passing it into my create user function. And as soon as my user is created, I'll be then sending an email, and that email will be constructed using, so right now this is a microservice system. So in this case, I'm not interacting with the service directly, but send email, it will be basically taking a bunch of data which I need to send into the email. So over here, basically what I've done is the email functionality, when you're basically constructing some sort of email module, you'll basically have a bunch of templates defined inside that module, HTML templates. So each of those templates, they'll probably have a name, and usually the general way is that you define a bunch of common templates, and you can actually reuse those templates. That's one particular way which you can do. So right now there's this template called call to action, which if you see over here, let me see, modules templates, yeah, this one. So this is an HTML template, and this HTML template I'll actually show you, like if you type in SendGrid templates, there should be a bunch of this in GitHub. See, yeah, this, you could actually get this repository, and then it has quite a lot of templates which you can straight away use out of the box. Okay, so just clone this, feel free to open it and just have a go around. So what did I was say? So yes. So during the registration process, what's going to happen is basically email will be sent to the person who actually registered, and in that email will be basically sending a verification URL. So in this case, it's a URL in the front end, but in our case, it could be like, pretty much depends upon the implementation. So over here, what's happening is that the URL will be a URL to the front end application, and from the one-time application, we basically access the code which we pass over here, and from the front end application, we can basically make a call to our backend, and in the backend, we actually verify the user and then return verification response. That is one process. But this doesn't need to be the case. Actually, you could actually pass in a URL of the backend itself, and it can happen over there. So the only reason why this is being done is that the verification, the UI, it's much easier to handle it when it is in the front end itself. Otherwise, you need to define HTML page in your Express server, and it means something like a message called user verified successfully, something like that. So I think the idea was clear. But anyways, once this is done, the email will be sent, and the idea is that once you click on that email, it'll be opening a link, and as soon as you open a link, the normal request which is being sent is a get request. So if you like open any sort of website over here, like if I just click on refresh, you can see fetch XHR. Okay, not this, but there you go, get request. So as soon as you open any sort of page in your browser, it will be basically sending a get request to that particular endpoint. So the same principle applies over here. As soon as you what do you call this, click on the link which is arrived at my email, I'll be redirected to an endpoint which is defined in my backend. So that endpoint will be something like this. So it has maybe like a prefix called verify, and it has a code parameter which is a request query parameter. Okay, and over here, what's going to happen inside this is basically I'll be checking like if the user actually exists, like I'll be basically creating a UUID during the registration process. That UUID will never be duplicated. So if I get access to the code which I pass in the query, I can actually check if a user exists by that verification code. And if a user exists, I can basically update the status of that user as a is verified user. So that's pretty much the logic between user verification. Yeah, so I'll be skipping this in this particular demo because we're out of time, but just keep that in mind. Okay, where else? So now add user, let's see if registration works. Just give me some time. Okay, duplicate, register. And to this, I'll be okay. I'll be, let's see. Okay, user got registered, and ignore this particular flag because right now we are not considering this. But anyways, there has been a new user entered into the system. So now what I can do is I can get this email. This is over here. Let me try first of all logging with a random password. It won't let me log in. But if I get the password which I actually registered with, then obviously I can't use this because this is hashed. But if you want to check the exact plain text password which I used to register, you could actually check the console over here. And in the console, you check the request body and you can see the password which has been generated. You get that. And if I paste this over here, let's see if the login works. Yeah, it worked. All right. So now access token is here. Now let me show you like what I was talking about earlier. If you just go into a site like jwt.io and if I paste this in, you can see that the entire user details are available over here. You can see that this has an expiration time and there's an issued time. This is issued at and this is expired at. Okay, so now let me actually show you the refresh token as well. Yes, we have the access token. Okay, so now what else can we do? For now, let me just actually block the authentic. Let me just actually block the user module. I think we don't need this at this particular point of time. Yes. So since we have the login in place, now it's time we can actually check the login status while making API requests. That is possible. So now what we can do is export const not authorizer verify token maybe set async request next. Okay. What's going to happen is const token, and what I'll be doing is I'll be accessing the token which I pass in my headers, and it will be usually an authorization. And if authorization contains bearer, so I'll explain this in a little while. Finish this code in this bearer. Change this to how did it token is equal to token split that bearer, that one. Hit this and split by space, and you get the first one. Const user is select verify. Let's see. Const retrieve user by ID, and we'll basically checking success by this email. User. Let me just actually copy paste this. I'm just lazy to type this once again. Okay. So now this in const whitelisted routes, and okay, let me see. Yeah, let's keep the blacklist as well. retrieve user by ID. Decoder.user.id, hello.invalid token, and should be good. I think we'll need requested token, but we do need this. Import context from Express context, and this context I'm going to basically set my user. Should be good. So let me just quickly explain this. So we have a middleware function. Okay. So we call this authorizer, and basically what's going to happen is inside this we'll be having an array, and that array will be containing a list of routes which will be whitelisted. So these whitelisted routes, they'll pretty much be the routes like login and then registration, because obviously you don't need to have a token to be login to make a login request or registration request, but any other route which you have in your API server, then you basically need a token. Okay. So now let me just add in these whitelist requests: API v1 login, API v1 / register. So the idea is that if any request comes into these two particular endpoints, just ignore this. Don't just don't check for authorization or authentication for these particular two endpoints. But for anything else, what we do is we assume that the client will be passing the JWT token which we gave him, and we'll be assuming that will be passed in the header, in the authorization field of the header, and we'll be extracting that token over here. And basically, if there's no token, we are saying that no token is present, and basically a new error. So this particular error is that missing token, bearer token is missing. Now the next thing is that the token is available, but if the token, we need to first of all validate it, like whether the token is actually unauthenticated. If it is like a, what do you call this, it's actually whether it's a token which is actually issued by us. So we actually verify the token, and once we verify the token, we basically get the content which is inside the token. And once we get the content which is inside the token, we basically need to check whether that content is in the DB, because the reason is that even though we issue a token, what if like the user has been deleted at the time that he makes a request? So if a deleted user makes a request, and if you just allow him to proceed by without checking the database first of all, then that will be a little bit of an issue. What we do is we get the user from the DB, we check whether he still exists, and if there's no user, again we throw an error. And the other one is that we check a blacklist. So it's something like this. So the blacklist, it's pretty much how do I say this, it's used for like logout purposes. For example, the idea of logout is something like this. So in JWT, in JSON Web Token, there's no inbuilt method of logging out a user. Okay, so the logout process, it has to be managed by us. So ideally, what we can do is we can basically maintain like a store, and then maybe like if I'm a user who has logged in, what I can do is I can, as soon as I log out, my token will be added to like some sort of data store, a shared data store, and basically it will be blacklisted. Like this token is blacklisted, this user is blacklisted, and then during that blacklisted process, like during the time that is blacklisted, then this blacklist will always be checked, and if it's available, then I am not allowed to log in. I'm not allowed to like proceed with my API request, because it's a token which has already been cancelled. So that's the basic idea. As soon as I log out, my token will be added into a blacklist, and from there onwards, it will be considered as a cancelled token. And whenever an API request is authenticated, we'll be checking whether the past token, which is in the, whether it is in the blacklist, and if it is in the blacklist, we are not allowed any further. That's how the logout process actually works. Okay, so this blacklist is actually for that. And if user is not active, okay, this one I don't think we'll need this, because we don't have the concept of an active user or not. But once the user is available, the final user, what we do is we basically set it to the Express HTTP context, so that we can use it anywhere we want it later, at a later point of time. So now what's left is authorizer. Authorizer. What I can do is I could actually, okay, let me delete this. We don't actually need this. Authorizer. Okay. Fine. Let me quickly export this as well. All right. So let's see if this works. Let me try a login and hopefully this should bear a token is missing. Okay, it didn't work. Let me see why it didn't work. See what the request path is saying. v1/auth/login. Okay, my bad. Don't have API at this particular point of time because API it's defined before the middleware. So once you are inside this middleware, we do not have access to API. So now, okay, login worked. But if I maybe like try and let's try add a book, bearer token is missing. I need to be logged in. Okay. So since we do not have the concept of user roles over here, I'm assuming that any person who is logged in can add a book, delete a book, blah blah blah, delete whatever they want. Okay. So that's the basic assumption. But ideally, this should be more secured. But since we are limited by time, we'll go with that assumption. Okay. So now, what else can we? What else can we do? Okay. So now, one thing which you can do, which I actually forgot, as soon as I log in, so usually if I need to add a book, I obviously need to pass in a token in my authentication header, right? In my authorization header. So the ideal process is I copy this and then I go over here, go to headers, then maybe like go to authorization, then add in bearer token and I paste my token. Okay, so this is the normal way. Okay, cannot treat properties of undefined reading as my bad. I actually need to implement the blacklist and the blacklist. Okay, let me just actually remove the blacklist as well because otherwise I don't think we have time to implement the blacklist. But again, I'll show you the implementation of that blacklist. So it's something like this. JWT dash backlist, and it's just pretty much has the shared database is usually you can use anything, but we could use Redis and either. So this has two methods. It has a has method and it has an add method. And once you call on add is basically you basically add the token into Redis saying that this token has been cancelled and blacklisted. And if it is has, we basically check whether that token exists in Redis. That's pretty much it. Just a get and set. Okay. So let me just delete this. Not delete this. Delete this. Yeah. Let's try and wrap this up real quick. Okay, now you can see it. I was allowed to add a book since I already have a token passed. Now the problem is this token expires from time to time from 15 minutes to 15 minutes. And if I was to like do this every time, copy paste this, it won't be like quite friendly for me. So Postman, it has these things called pre-request script and there's something called tests. And what you can do is basically you can execute a JavaScript code before you send a request, and you can also execute a JavaScript code after you send a request. And over here you can actually have access to this payload, this data payload. So what you can do is just get the script again from something which I've already written. Get this and basically you paste this over here. So what's going to happen is I'm going to have an environment variable. So I'm already in my expressway local environment. So I'm going to add a new variable. And what's going to happen is basically as soon as I send this request, Yeah, as soon as I make this request, it will be fetching the response data access token. Okay, so it will be fetching the access token from this data, and it will be basically setting it into my environment. So if you check, I executed the request, and if I check my environment right now, you can see that there's access token over here. And from this point, it's just simple as substitute this variable over here. Watch this. Now works as expected. So the outcome is that I don't need to do that manual process of copy pasting my token each and every time. Okay. So that's covered. And what else do we have? So we have login, we have register, and then let's implement the final endpoint to actually maybe rent a book. Books. Book slash ID slash. Okay, let's make this a get request because it's not something which I need to pass any payload with, because I just need to pass in a book ID, and basically I need to say that I need to rent this particular book. So let me change this in rent book, not rented. What do you call it? Do you actually rent books? Borrowed, right? Borrowed, borrow. So borrow book schema, we don't actually have anything to validate this again. Like we could actually validate this ID, whether this is XSML ID, whether this matches an object ID, but then again, I'll just skip that because it's not really much of a validation. So now, or rather, let me just add it in as a params borrow book schema. And borrow book borrow successfully, blah, blah, blah. Borrow book. Book is equal to joy object, and this thing will basically have an ID, and joy.string.text required, and hex red nth before. So this, it's pretty much going to match whether this particular ID is a MongoDB object ID. Because MongoDB object ID is the hexadecimals, and they're pretty much 24 characters in length. Okay, so now what is this saying? Borrow book schema is not defined. Start get ID borrow blah 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 book traced borrow book requested parameter ID book borrowed successfully. What I can do is borrow book and requested params. Let's put const borrow book. Thing is that I need to check whether this book exists. Book. I need to throw an error saying that this book doesn't exist. To create error. So for book not found, and if the book exists, what I'm going to do is this thing get book by ID. Here is borrowed is equal to true. It's an async function, and again this. Ideally, for something like this, you'll probably be better off using a database transaction because there are actually two steps involved in this. First of all, we need to update the book and we update its borrowed status by true. And the other one is that we need to update the use object saying that this book ID has been added to his list of borrowed books. So since there are two steps involved, it's quite better off if you use a database transaction. But in this case, let's just settle with two API calls, and these two API calls so just make it a promise return. By ID and update user by ID. So the user will pretty much be, say, const user is equal to context. Okay, not this context. It select ID and into this guy's list of borrowed books, user.borrowed books, and we basically add in the ID. And I can just return this. See if this works. So, okay, let me find a book ID and let me get this borrow book ID. And let's just first of all pass in a dummy ID and see what it says. See if it allows me or whether it screams. Okay, bearer token is missing. I need to add this in. ID length must be 24 characters. Yeah. So now, okay, isn't it 24 characters? Okay, it's taking too long. What is it saying? Borrow book is not defined. What's it saying now? Update user by ID is not defined. Update user by ID. Iterable to array undefined is not iterable, cannot read property symbol. Let me see if the context is returning a proper user. Oh, it is books. So should ID be borrowed books, but anyways, it is books. There's one more check which you can actually do if user.books includes rather user.books find ID is equal to ID, then pretty much we could throw another error already borrowed, something like this. Actually, what is 409? It be 409 conflict. So, done something new. All right. So basically, what we're doing is, if the book is already borrowed, we are not executing this any further. We are just basically returning this. And the other one is that if book dot is already borrowed, and book already borrowed by you. So first of all, we're checking if the book is borrowed, and if the book is borrowed, it means that someone else might have borrowed this. And this borrowed should be fine enough. Already borrowed by you. Otherwise, if the book is borrowed, it means that someone else has borrowed the book. So now let's see if this works. The reason I'm speeding through this is basically that I've covered most of the concepts which I was planning to cover, the core concepts, and from here onwards it's just basic implementation of CRUD APIs. So it's not much relevant. All right, so we have, what exactly did we return? Okay, we have returned a book, and we have actually returned a user, not actually what I planned. True. Now if you check the user, if I try borrowing this again, what does it say? Book borrowed successfully. Okay. Is that books? What was the email which I logged in with? CDF. Okay, it got added 2 times. Let me just add a toString to this. And from here, book borrowed, still same issue. Borrow book execution failed, book already borrowed by you. Um, the error is being thrown, but it's not being handled. Why isn't it being handled? Oh wait, we haven't used the trace tracing handler anywhere else. Uh-oh. Dead. Just being used in this function. Okay. Let me just add this into the user endpoints as well, because I think I missed it there as well. Tracing handler, trace tracing handler. Okay, all good. Let me add it here as well. Okay, it's already there. Now if you check this, book already borrowed by you. And let me see. Yeah, where was I? Over here. So the reason why this didn't work is probably because of this. Let me actually console log these two, and let's actually get this confirmed. Console.log book and console.log user. One of these will be an object ID, which I'm guessing this book dot the notebook. This particular one, it will be an object ID, and this particular one will be a string, since this is the one which we pass. So if object ID is equated with a string, obviously this will become false, which is why it wasn't going inside here earlier. So now if I click on this, okay, token has expired. Let me get the token and try and, okay, I didn't actually implement the refresh token endpoint, right? Let's keep it aside, but for now, let me actually log in once again and show you what I was meaning. Okay, you can see this is the, what was this? This was the user. Okay, so this one user, let me see, books. Yeah, this is of type object ID, and this particular one, it will be of type string. Okay, so this will never become true in that case. I guess we are done with the borrow book functionality. So there's one more thing which we need to implement, the refresh token endpoint. And with that, I guess we will be done with today's session. So let me just quickly go over here and let's register fresh schema. Fresh token. Request. Let's see, token controller, refresh token. And this particular bit. Add this into the schema. For const refresh token. So basically, I'm expecting the refresh token in the body. Required. And let me see. This one is good. Token refresh successfully. Export const refresh token. Let me actually copy paste the function from here again. Let's retype it. Service refresh token. Export const refresh token. This will be passing the token, and here requested body dot refresh token. So now if I have to explain this, first of all, you verify whether the decoded token is valid, the actual refresh token is valid. And from that, we basically get the user, basically the user details to which that token belongs to. And we basically verify this guy. Okay. And from here, we basically get the user from the database. Okay, so this was basically getting the user from the token, but like I told you before, getting the user from a token is not enough. We need to get the exact updated state of a user, which you need to access to the database. And from here, what we'll be doing is, if a user is not there, we say that the token is invalid, because if a user is not there, token is obviously invalid. And if the user is not active, it's not something which we need to consider. But if everything is good, what we can do is we can actually return a bunch of generated tokens. Let me just remove traced. And this one is again retrieve user by ID. I think we should be good. Let's see if it works. Fresh. Right now, Let me get this refresh token and let's see if it returns me a new access token. Was it a dash or was it an underscore? Can't really remember. It is a dash. Yeah, one more thing. While developing APIs, we need to make sure that if you are using a particular way of defining the API endpoints, pretty much it's quite good to like stick to it. For example, if I'm separating these words based on a dash, it's always good to use dashes. So it's if you define an endpoint like this and let's say another endpoint like maybe like underscore blah blah blah, it's not really a good practice. So it's something which I have seen quite a lot. Stick to one case and it will just pretty much make your API a little bit more nicer. Let's see if this works. And okay, bearer token is missing. I think I'll need to whitelist the refresh token endpoint as well because refresh token verify is not defined. Let me import this. Let's see. There we go. Token refresh successfully, and we got a new batch of access tokens and refresh tokens. All right then. With that, I guess the what I was planning was covered. Not can't say that it's fully covered. We actually left out a few things, but I do believe that this was quite helpful to anyone who is watching this. And I guess with this we could wrap up the session. But before we do so, let me actually give thanks specifically for the team behind this, the moderator team. There's quite around 2-3 people who were backstage and moderating this since around 8 hours. And I think this is pretty much the longest live stream which we have conducted so far. So thank you for the moderation team and for the design team as well. They were quite busy in developing the flyers and etc etc. So with this, I don't know, let's keep an eye out on our social media and just stay tuned because we'll be coming up with a bunch of certain content like this. So until then, stay tuned and see you. Good night and thank you for watching.